neighborhood. Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, let me quickly write down who's here. So I am Val.
I've texted all of our
I
compadres.
just, yeah, I saw you because, you know, the
Compadres.
Monday thing sometimes takes people by surprise.
Like, oh, damn, it's not Tuesday.
Yeah. Oh, Abby's here. Oh, Carrie's here. Great.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so it is actually 4:31. We have a quorum. Should we get started?
Sure.
Oh,
NCTV, are we?
Jesse too. Yeah, there's Jesse Dutra.
NCTV, are we?
Can we also identify who the
You can
telephone
start. Yeah.
person is?
Yeah, let's
Who?
do that.
Mr. Chair, we have a telephone caller. We just want to identify that person for the record. Do we know who that is?
Um,
I'm here. Hello.
oh, hi, Diane.
Hi.
On telephone, it's Nancy. I was just trying to
Oh,
make sure I could do this from home, so I apologize.
No,
Not a
we
problem.
just
Thank
need to
you.
Take safety precautions these days. So
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not the bomber. Okay.
Okay, well, that's nice to hear.
I will go away. See you in a bit.
Okay, yep, thanks. All right, folks, hang on 1 second and then we'll start the meeting. I'm going to read from Stephen's abridged script here. He was so kind as to fill in all the blanks, including my name, in case I forgot my name. Okay, so NCTV, are we ready to get going?
You are ready.
All right, great, thanks. Okay, folks, here's our boilerplate language for our meetings, Zoom meetings for COVID times. Good afternoon. For the record, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Let's confirm the following members with an I after I call your names. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Abby Camp.
Aye.
Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Jesse Dutra.
Aye.
Okay, thanks. And I believe that's it for members at the moment, correct?
Yes.
Stephen
Okay.
Welch is-
All right, so staff, when I call your names, could you please answer in the affirmative? Kathy Flynn.
Here.
Thank you, Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you.
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay, Stephen Welch has joined us just for the record. Thank you, Stephen. Okay. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Committee is, hey, you said committee, it's commission, Stephen.
Just, yeah, I was making sure you're on your
You're
toes.
testing me. I was telling everyone before you arrived how you filled in all the blanks so handily for me, but this one was wrong. I have to fix that. Okay. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members of this meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I'll introduce agenda topics and speakers. Please remember to mute your Zoom audio when your name is called, until your name is called. And let's direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make taking of minutes easier. Lastly, votes today will be conducted via roll call. That said, let's move on to the meeting. The first order of business for tonight's meeting would be to have a motion to approve today's agenda.
Motion to approve.
Thank you very much for the motion, Diane. On that motion, folks, we're going to be in a rotation. We have 4 regular members and 3 associates, so we're just going to rotate, starting with Carrie. So on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. That motion passes. So we're now on to our regular business. Do we have any public comment that we should know about?
No, Mr. Chair.
I see 2 heads saying no, so no public comment at this time. Then we move along to the consent agenda. I need to recuse from that. So
As do I.
And Val.
Val needs to recuse. Does anyone else need to recuse?
I need to recuse with conditions.
With conditions?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see that, but you're okay for regular consent. So Diane is going to chair this. Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen, and Jesse.
Okay.
Hey, sorry, was there, Ray, was there one on Lily Street there? I don't know if I have to.
Well, I'm recused, but let me just check for you. One on Lily Street.
There might have been a,
Mr. Chair, I could answer that.
Oh, okay.
oh,
go ahead.
thanks.
Some of them are going on consent for Thursday.
Oh,
Oh,
So,
okay.
but those are listed in the new business for the end of the meeting, but they'll be adjusted for Thursday. That makes sense.
okay. So you okay with that, Abby?
Yeah, I know there was one down the street, but I didn't know.
Hi, Ray? Ray,
Yes.
could you repeat who is recusing again, please?
Well, I am. So Diane is chairing. Val is recused. So the board is Diane, who's chairing, Abby, Val, Jesse, and Stephen.
Val is recused.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Val. Yeah, Val is recused. So Diane, it's to you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a
Are there
motion
any questions?
to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. Steve,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
and me is an aye. So that is all of them. Approved 1 through 33.
Great. Thank you, Diane. So consent with conditions. The only person, oh, actually, Carrie, you need to recuse from that one, right? So the board on this one is going to be myself, Val, Abby, Diane, and Stephen. Okay? Can I have a motion on that one?
Make a motion to
consent.
approve.
Okay, Diane got that one. Okay, so on Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
There's one I wanted to look at, but I think I'll just say no instead.
okay. Anything that we should know about?
Well, yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. I didn't think I was going to be called, so I didn't prep. 21 Woodbine, discussion on the motion, I would ask that would be held, not not to be, not held out from consent with conditions, but held out from the motion so that we can discuss it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So, let's see, I've already forgotten who did, oh, Diane, you did the motion on consent with conditions. Would you mind modifying it just so there can be a discussion on item number 1?
So I'll say, approval 2 through 7.
Yeah, that's great.
that
Okay,
okay?
so on that motion, Stephen?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. So my concern with
Oh,
this
hang on,
application,
let's just get that out of the way.
oh, sorry, aye.
Okay, so you're aye on that. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. So 2 through 7 on consent have just been approved. Now we're going to return to item number 1 on consent. Same board. Stephen, tell us what's on your mind, friend.
Sure, if we pull that site plan and look at it and the locus, it shows a couple of paper roads, and without knowing their disposition, my concern is, first of all, I appreciate the fact that this is a solar ground array,
Mhm.
but if you're looking at the Google aerial, could we zoom in a little bit on the satellite image? So basically,
Yeah.
the green area shows overlaps into the paper road areas. And in the southern portion or the bottom of the page, if we now slide over to the solar array to the right in the line drawing. So I believe that dashed line is actually part of the paper road, and the solar array is within the paper road area, or some parcel that was sold maybe to this property owner. But not knowing that, I can't vote for this because the solar array is close to the edge of the lot, or where it can't be shrouded from a future neighbor, and or it's in a paper road. So that's why I
the other
call it.
thing, did you mention that it might have been taken by a yard sale?
Yeah, it could have been, but without that information, it's hard for me to say yes.
You can't really tell from this site plan. I can't imagine that, is ActSmart on? Is anyone from ActSmart on the line right now? By any chance?
Do we hold for that information?
We could.
Yeah, because Woodbine, if you follow Woodbine up, it sort of dead ends with the cross street of Plum and stuff. And those solar arrays, they look like they're over the sidelines, are they?
Yeah, over the setback line. In the
Yeah.
site plan, it's definitely over the setback line.
All right, why don't I make a motion for
yeah.
representation on this one? So
Yeah, okay.
can
Well,
be clear
just
on what we're
clarification.
voting
If it's a yard sale, then there is no paper road there anymore, but that's something that needs to be made explicit on the application. So you want to just hold for further information, Abby?
yes, I think
Okay.
so. I'd be more comfortable.
Oh, yeah, okay, so that's fine. So on Abby's motion, Val?
Aye.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
Yes.
Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Okay, I'm in favor. So we're going to hold that one. Now, we've just knocked off consent with conditions, and so we're on to new business carried over.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
just real quickly, the first application with Sana for 15 meter was the application you all were discussing, and we lost her on Thursday. So there is a board. I just wanted to make you aware.
Oh, okay, well, that's important.
I failed to add that to the agenda.
What is the board?
It's yourself, Diane, Abby, Val, John, and Stephen is the alternate.
Myself, Val, Abby, Diane, and Stephen.
And John.
Well, John's not here.
No, John is here.
Oh, John is here. Oh, okay. Hello, John.
He's muted.
Well, at this point, it doesn't matter, but hopefully he can hear us and know that he's on this application. All right. So again,
And I'm sorry. One more thing. Can someone from NCTV make Holly Backus a co-host, please? Sorry.
okay.
Thank you.
To be clear, I'm on this, Val's on this, Abby's on this, Diane's on this, and John is on this. Did I get that
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. So let's continue. Oh, right. Yep.
So would you like me to start
Yeah.
or continue, I guess?
Yeah.
So basically what the board was concerned with was on the east elevation over there on the right-hand side of the page, with the dormer only being on the right side of the building. I was able to send a photo of cottage B and cottage A next to each other. And you can see that cottage B on the left there has that dormer only on the right side, which is the same side that we would be on ours. They're the exact same floor plans for those two cottages.
Donna, let me make sure that I understand, okay?
Yeah.
So your cottage B is the one on the left?
Yes, and that's
Cottage
existing.
A, the one that we're reviewing right now, is the one that's on the right?
Yes,
And you're proposing to do exactly the same thing?
exactly the same thing, but ours is a little wider because it actually lines up with the 3 windows below.
Okay.
So our windows are more spaced and aligned.
Okay, but it's essentially the same height and the same
Exactly.
light wide type window.
Yes.
Okay, that's very important and good to know moving forward. Okay, so should we go back to the plans, because there was other things about this. Now, if memory serves me, we sort of started to get into a discussion. I was going to say a few things. I don't recall doing so. Yes. Hello?
Mr.
John?
Chair,
Yes,
I do have HSAB comments for these.
go ahead.
So it was noted that,
Hold on. When you say for these, I just want to hear 15 meters.
yes,
right?
sir, for 15 meter for the chimney, outdoor shower, and 2 dormer addition for this one.
Right.
There was no historical information provided, so that was notated. They basically, these are simple cottages, and the dormers are too big and overwhelming, although I will notate that this photograph would have been helpful during their review, but nonetheless, the dormer on the west should be 3 foot off, as well as the chimney is not appropriate. There was no issues with the outdoor shower proposal, but the new east elevation was not appropriate. And the chimney needs to be taller. It was notated to meet building code or fire code. I just want to notate that for the record. But I got that this was a 1920s structure that was obviously elevated recently. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'll
shall we hear
begin.
from yeah, why don't you, Diane?
Okay, first of all, could I get the height of the building, like on the south elevation?
24'5".
Okay, one thing that strikes me is that this is on a well-traveled street of Meter Street. And I question that the 2 buildings should look identical. I think usually we try to have it similar, but not identical. I think that is not good. It isn't a shopping center development. I think it needs to be different. I think the on the south elevation, the second dormer needs to be taken. It needs to come down from the roof. And what is the height that these buildings are being lifted?
That's already done.
They're already lifted, Diane.
I just would like to know how long, what the thing is in being
This-
lifted.
It says like 7 feet or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
7
it's
feet.
7'4", I believe.
Correct.
But yeah, these were done a few years ago, I believe, by BPC.
Yes.
Yeah, when we allow something to be lifted, do we get the site plan that they are in, what floodplain they're in, whether they're in A or B or immediate? I think that would be a good thing to know.
It would be, Diane, and so we're, as a practice, we're trying to get that information moving forward. These, however, have already been approved, not only approved, but actually built.
Yeah,
So
no,
they're
I just was
yeah.
adding that we
Okay.
should know, having just gone over my flood insurance and I'm just behind them. And I think that the house app is right in raising the chimney. It is too low to be on the north elevation to take the wind up and over that thing. And I'd like to see the dormers move down off the ridge and as I say, the left-hand one on the north elevation, perhaps removed. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Diane. John?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman. It's very difficult to read this. I say it every week. You can't see the measurements on the screen.
So you just have to ask Holly and she'll zoom in just the way she did.
If you can make it a little larger, you know.
How about that, John?
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
These shutters that are on there. Are there any more shutters like that in the neighborhood?
Those are existing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that it? Okay, thanks, John. Abby?
Moving forward on this, I'm worried that we're gonna start a Disneyland effect. If all of them are going to come back and want these 3 dormers on the roof. And I don't think that's going to be appropriate for that address. As Diane says, we drive by this street all the time. I will compliment Sonny on the fact that I like the dormers that she put on the east. I think they're better looking than the one that's existing, but I don't think we should duplicate it because of what I said. I don't want to say it again, the Disneyland thing. So I am not in favor of the dormers on the front. I agree with my colleagues about the chimney being higher. I'm fine with the shower, but dormers in the back, yes, but not on the front. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. How about you, Val?
I agree with what's been said. I actually, yeah, I agree with the dormers coming into the 3-foot typical rule that we have. Maybe just having it on the side that faces the water, which I think is the east, and eliminating the one on the west, and perhaps rethinking the chimney and having something inside. It's just very atypical. I didn't see any when I was down there that are outside the building like this. And I think there's going to be some asked for on the other buildings. So I think that needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Sona, the only thing I have to say is,
Yes.
okay, Diane, you got to mute Diane. Oh, she is muted. Huh, okay. Sona, whoever made the point about the chimney not being tall enough was correct. I'm not scaling this. I can't off the computer, and 10 feet away, any roof plane that's 10 feet away, which yours seems to be, your chimney needs to be 2 feet above that. So I think you need to go up another 2 feet in order to achieve that. But
Okay.
other than that, which is a technicality, if you can satisfy the other members of the board, you've got me satisfied. So there's your job to do. Can I have a motion on this?
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Okay, thanks for the motion, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane. Diane's probably muted. John?
Is this number 7?
No, it's number 1, John. John,
Okay.
are you in favor of the motion to hold for revisions?
Yeah, this isn't this Lafayette Street.
This is
This
meter.
is meter.
The first one, John. And so did you say that you were in favor, John? John? Yes? Okay. Okay,
I'm in
Val.
favor. Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
Diane's in. Val, you made the motion and you're in?
Yes.
Okay,
Aye.
and I am too. Okay, so next up is 11 Fayette. Sana, to you.
Okay, so here on 11 Fayette, we're doing the same type of thing. It is a new chimney and outdoor shower. No dormers or anything like that, just the chimney and the outdoor shower.
Like literally what we saw before on the previous application, just X the dormers?
Well, it's a different,
Oh, no,
if
it's
you can see, it's a
Never
different different location. So if you look on the east elevation, you can see that window there above the red awning.
Yeah.
That would be where the chimney is, and then a window on either side of the chimney that matches the window that's there.
Yeah.
And then a shower to the bottom right. But if you go back to, Holly, if you could go back to that picture of the red awning, you can see that there's a fence there. So that shower is hidden behind the fence.
Okay. Thank
That's
you. Very thorough. HSAB comments on this one?
Yes, sir. It was also notated that there was no historical info provided. Rather see the chimney interior. It's that traditionally chimneys were inside, but they were okay with the windows and the shower. So it was really the chimney.
Thank you.
Okay.
I guess we have the same board on this. Yeah, we do.
No,
Oh,
no. I cannot sit on it.
You can't?
It's 11 Fayette Street.
Oh, well, so you're recusing then,
Yes.
is what
Yes.
you're telling me.
I'm
Okay.
okay with it, Ray.
What?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, but let me just, I need to pull in a fifth member,
Okay.
the fifth beetle. Let's see. I think the fifth beetle will be Carrie Thornwell.
Okay, should I comment?
You can, sure.
I'm okay with it. I do think the chimney, the wide part of the chimney seems quite tall. I'm not sure why it has to go up to the top of the windows. If
Good
it could
point.
be a little less
Yep,
massive to that height,
That's
I
right.
think I'd be fine with it.
I
Okay,
could definitely do that.
all right. Thanks, Carrie, and that was a good observation. John? John, are you there, sir?
Okay, all right. There's 2 of these, right? 2 applications?
Well, there's 3 that Sana's doing. Is that what you mean?
They're all separate locations though.
Yes.
Okay. Did they publish another agenda since last week?
Oh, well, yeah, you might be looking at an old agenda.
Okay, good. All right,
But John,
yes.
John, okay, we're looking at a chimney. She's adding a chimney and an outdoor shower. Do you have any comments on those 2 items?
Okay, my comment is,
Yeah.
what I see on my screen, okay, this is the thing, Ray, is there's something, I don't know what's wrong, all right, and it's not me, because I follow them. Only one I saw on here, and I'm trying to straighten out that I can catch up with whatever's going on.
But
It's Sandy Payne, right?
yes,
Mhm.
what would you like to see on your screen, John?
This starts with number 7. Michael Robinson, 11 Lafayette Street. Did he reprint these?
This is 11 Fayette Street.
This is 11 Fayette. Yes, John.
Yeah. This is what's confusing about it, you know? Where,
I
where,
think we
where
need to make sure he gets an agenda on the day of
Yeah,
the.
I mean, come on. So John, do you have any comments on the chimney or the outdoor shower?
just a moment, let me turn the page here. Okay,
Who else is on this?
I got this. This is
I am.
all right.
Val, you've already said you're okay with it, right?
Yeah,
Oh, no, maybe that was Abby. Abby said she was okay with it.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, and Val?
I am with Carrie's suggestion about the corbelling.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, so John, we've heard from Carrie, Val, Abby. We need to hear from you, and then I'm okay with this. So do you have anything to say on the chimney or the outdoor shower?
Right.
Please? John? John?
I have no problem with it.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So then I think we can move this to a motion. Carrie, why don't you make the motion because you had the idea of bringing the shoulders on that chimney down.
Okay, so the motion is to approve through staff, dropping the high width of the chimney, a couple of feet at least.
Yeah. Down to the top of the smoke chamber would be fine. Okay, good motion. Thank you, Carrie. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby. B,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
I'm in favor. Okay, third item for Sana, and then we can let her go home. 6 Harbor View.
So
Same
this is,
deal?
this is another little cottage with an outdoor shower and fireplace.
Yeah.
So on the east elevation, as you can see, we have 3 windows over on the left-hand side. If you go to sheet A31, Holly, please. On the left-hand side, you can see the 3 windows. What we're going to do is add 1 window and separate. So it's 2 and 2 with the chimney in between. And then the shower is in the back of the cottage in like a parking sort of patio area.
I don't
Okay.
see a site plan. Oh, yeah, okay. got
There's
it.
one on the front.
I'll go.
Okay, great. Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, this is kind of adorable, but I like Carrie's addition to the top of the chimney. You know, a corbelling.
Oh, you mean incorporate Carrie's note about bringing the shoulders of the chimney down?
Oh, I thought she was corbelling the top as well, but
No, what she was talking about on the previous application was bringing the shoulders of the chimney down so that it wasn't so wide, so high up.
yeah, one of those liqueur bottles. Yeah, okay, we could do that too here. But I think, wouldn't corbelling at the top of that help too? I mean,
You know, you're
usually
allowed
you
to
have
note that if you think it's worth noting. Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Okay, so
Mr.
let's see.
Mr. Chair, I have HSAB comments
Oh, yeah,
as well.
sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. They would also requested for the chimney to be placed inside. There was also a comment about it possibly not meeting building code. It seems to be too short. That
It's way too short.
it would have to be probably another 6 to 7 foot taller to meet building code.
That's correct.
So that would need to be looked at. And then there was also discussion of maybe having gas, so that way you don't have to have an exterior chimney to begin with. So thank you. Those are our comments.
Very interesting. So
I've talked to the client about having gas in all of these, but him and his wife really love the wood burning, and these are all the same owner, which is why we're going for the
we
chimney.
noted that. But
Yeah.
so it's interesting. This is
I
very.
can sit on. Huh?
Hang on one second, Diane, and I'm going to ask if you can sit on this one next. But I want to make a note to the board that HSAB is completely correct.
Right.
That this chimney, in order to meet code, is probably going to need to get to be like 6, maybe 7 feet taller, which is going to really change the aesthetic. It's not going to look at all like what we're looking at. It's going to be like at least to the ridge of that building, perhaps higher. So that might affect how we would view this and whether this should go interior. I just want to note that because it will need to go taller. To meet code, it can't be as drawn, okay? So with that, let's see. Oh, by the way, Diane, can you sit on this one or are you
Yeah.
off?
No, the only reason I couldn't sit on
Your
11
neighbor.
is right across the street from my house.
Yeah,
The
yeah, right,
this
okay, well, and you should
chimney
recuse from
would
that.
have to be taller, and the corbel shoulders should go down so that they were almost as low as the bottom of the window. But it's going to be too tall with that respect. I don't know whether it could go around the corner and be put up the higher side up to the ridge or not, and therefore it would be protected all the way up except for probably 2.5 feet above the ridge, rather than going up the whole side of the house. I would suggest at least trying that.
Yeah, I would love to do that, but it has the bay window in the front and back of the cottage.
Sona,
Yeah, sorry.
let's hear from everybody, okay?
Okay.
And your
All right.
job is to take the comments that the board makes and go back and, separate out what you can do and not do.
I apologize.
John,
No, I thought you came in to tell me something.
John,
Yes,
what do you have to say on this application?
say that again.
Do you have any comments on this application?
This one, no.
Okay, let me see now. So did I hear from Abby and Val on this one already?
Yes. from
No,
me. I was number
Okay,
one.
Val, go.
I agree with what's been said and agree with the chair on the chimney. And I also further have some reservations about it being within, it needing to go to ZBA to even get approved because already the house is 3 feet from the property line. So
Oh,
I'm not sure it can be built there anyway.
well, that's an interesting comment because, yeah, if it's over the setback, it counts as structure. So yeah, that would be a ZBA issue. So Sana, I think,
Okay.
listen, I'm going to put this to a vote, but I think that we need to see the chimney revised. I think you
Yep.
need to talk to the ZBA or the building inspector about the fact that this is a further encroachment into what I believe is an existing non-conforming building.
Okay.
So can we have a motion? And I hope the motion would be for some revisions and further information.
I'll make that my motion, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
thank you very much, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane, John, are you?
Aye.
Oh, okay, there's Diane. John,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. And I'm in favor that that motion carries. So we'll see you a little later, Sana.
All right. Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, next up is Val Oliver with 2 projects on Baltimore. And so Val is obviously recused. Let's see, Jesse, I believe you're next in the queue if you're still there. Mr. Dutra? Want to make sure that you're connected before I have you sitting as an associate. Jesse? Okay, let's flip to Stephen. Stephen, are you on this? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Okay, Val, go.
Okay, I'm representing this for somebody who drew their own plan. And I just want to point out, I made a mistake on the application. The actual length of the building is 74, not 83. But
Okay.
I'm sure did Nantucket Advisory speak? I forgot about that meeting and did not attend, so I don't know if they had anything to say.
No, they did not see this application. That was
Okay.
my fault.
Okay. Well, it's replacing a building that you all approved to demo or move off last week, in a 1974 structure that was very unusual, looked like kind of like a boat
Oh, yeah.
behind Millie's.
Yep.
It's 25 feet high at its highest point, white trim, white sash, wood roof. And I'll let you guys take it from there.
Okay, thanks, Val. Okay, we'll see our elevations. Oh, it's quite large, huh? What's the roof pitch there, 7 and 12?
Hold on, because I
Roof-
have it in little
I think
form
the roof
too.
pitches are 7
7.
and 12.
7. Yep.
Okay.
Is this a single family?
Yeah.
I'll go if you like.
Okay, Diane, you go. Thanks.
Okay, I think the building, even at 25 feet, is too sort of massive for poor little Baltimore Street. And I see no additive massing if you have enough room to drop some of it down. Baltimore Street is, I don't know, 100 yards long, sort of. And it needs to be simpler. And the, I see the north elevation. I'd like to see the one below it. There are, the south is nothing but windows, doors, and identical on both sides and thing. It needs to be more than that. It's certainly not sconcy in the heart of sort of the end of Nantucket Road and Washington when it comes in. I would like to see it have some additive massing. I would like not to see it repetitive on both sides. And I would like to see the windows separated. And I would like to see a reduction in the sliding doors. There,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Abby?
I agree with Diane on this. I mean, I hate to say it, but there's like too much symmetry going on here. I think the second floor balcony is like the full length of the house. If we could go to the, yeah, there, south. I mean, and that is putting those columns below it. It needs some character. It needs some grit, something pronounced about it to make it, you know, a special house. I don't, there's something very condo-ish about this that you might see on a ski slope or something. So I'm looking for more character, asymmetry, additive massing, second floor balconies, decking cut way back. You know, even a chimney might split up this the symmetry. The windows, what is north elevation? Those windows are tiny. So I'd like to see some asymmetry here and some better proportions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Stephen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this particular location, I think all those comments are right on.
Okay. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think the 7 and 12 roof pitch makes everything feel smashed, and that, oh, I'm sorry, John, I forgot you, sir. John, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, your comment, sir.
My comments on this would be, yes, it seems to be more unique in having, you get too many windows that are different. All those sliding on the south side, is it? On the south, you got all those sliding doors. You're 12 of them. I think it's too much for that wall space, as well as the second floor.
You got 24 doors.
Oh, wow. Was that it, John?
That's it. That's my thing there because it's under the 50%, the deck. So everything else looks pretty well, but there's so many of those new type sliding doors that aren't appropriate. But that's out in Nantucket. I'm going to say they have not expanded the HTC area out there yet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one more comment about the area out there. I think it's kind of wide open. If I'm thinking in my mind's eye, I don't see, like groves of trees. It's kind of wide open. So there's nothing to sort of stabilize this or give it some weight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hey, it's occurring to me that I was started in with my comment about the 7 and 12 roof pitch. It's occurring that, like, to Diane's point, none of this is even story and a half. It's all completely 2-story building. The dormers that are on either side, let's see, south, so it would be the east and west sides, are sort of gratuitous because you can see that the eave runs right over those. So, like, that's a gratuitous dormer. It's not really doing anything. So I think this is like really trying to pack way too much program into a limited height of 25 feet and a limited footprint in an area that's very small and low scaled. So those are my comments. Maybe we should have a motion for some revisions on this.
Motion
someone?
to hold for revisions.
Okay, so on that motion, on Abby's motion,
May-
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you. And should we review the shed?
Mr. Chair, I didn't realize we actually had comments from an abutter regarding both the proposed house and the shed. I don't know if Val received a copy of this or not.
I did, but
Okay.
their comments were more about disrupting the land trust and the dunes and open space and Nantucket. So
Okay, so here, listen, just so that we dot our i's and cross our t's, Val is going to have to come back. And so we can read this at the beginning of that and see if any of it is relevant. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, good. So should we look at the shed now?
you can, but I think we probably will want it to track. But if you guys want to give me a few comments, go ahead.
Okay. There it is, folks. Comments, same board, of course.
Motion to track.
That was quick.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Good. Okay, I like it.
Just if they make changes, you know.
On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John.
And repeat the motion, please.
The motion is he's going to have it track with the main house, this shed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thank you, Val Oliver. Now you can come back and put your other hat on because we're at 14 North Road.
Okey doke.
Somebody from Workshop on?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. It's Andrew.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, how are y'all doing?
Good. So we have a demo move off. I think I know this house. Does that have the red trim?
Yeah.
The one with the red trim, correct? Yeah.
And that house was built by Graham Goldsmith in probably 2010.
No, I think it was the 70s, Ray. It was the mid 70s,
79.
79. Yeah, the owner, I mean, I can sort of talk you through some big picture what it is we're looking to do currently.
Wait.
Go ahead, Ray.
I'd rather not hear the big picture. Let's talk about the application that's in front of us. So
Okay.
It's a house that was built in the 1970s, right?
Correct, 79. It's actually a it's also the ridge height is such that it's actually a non-conforming structure as well.
No, okay, so I
Um,
don't know which house this is. I thought I
There's a
did.
lot of pictures. There's a lot of pictures here,
So let's take a look.
both from the
Oh, yeah,
water and from
no,
the
it is
site.
the house that I thought it was. Yeah, it's right next to the house that you just finished.
2 doors down, correct. Yep.
Oh, that's my mistake. So the house that's right next to it was the house that was done in 2000. Okay. so
Correct,
you-
right, exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
Near the house.
So there's a main house and a guest house on the site, both of which we're looking to remove.
Okay, so let's
There's
see.
nothing
Holly,
historic about
is
them.
anybody reviewing this?
I took a look at it. I mean, it's 1979. I concur. Other than that, it's not contributing. So
Okay, not contributing. But it looks really close to the top of the
It
block.
is.
I mean,
It's very close.
You're gonna
Yes.
grandfather that.
We're pulling back, but yeah.
Okay, so. Oh.
I would motion to approve this as a move off demo.
Okay. And I'm going to hold that motion. Well, actually, I'm going to say if there's any discussion that wants, it would be on Val's motion. Abby?
Yeah, I don't think my good old friend Graham is going to take offense to this. It's probably
Actually,
the first thing he ever
He didn't
built.
design it.
This is
Graham
not-
didn't design it.
One
Yeah.
next door, I think, is Graham. The one
Oh, okay. Oh, good. I feel a lot better. Yes, I'm in favor of Val's motion.
Okay. Diane?
If it can't be moved, I'm in favor of the motion or pieces can be moved. I
Yeah.
am in favor of the motion.
Okay, thanks. John?
Yes, as far as this structure should be demolished, is that right?
Well, he's doing a demolition or move off.
Yeah, demolish, don't move off, yeah.
Yeah, that's the motion.
Looking at the photo of it here,
Yeah.
this house, it's oversized for one thing for the area, but the other one is that other than having salt box connected to gables, I guess you'd say, it has no characteristics to Nantucket architecture, the old style.
I would agree, John.
From that, are you in favor of the motion to demo or move off, John?
Demo and move on. You know what I say? I say it's better to save it than to ruin it.
Well, I'm sure they're going to try, but it all depends on how they can get it down the North Road, which might be a task.
Yes.
But so, John, just to be clear, are you in favor of the motion to demo or move off?
You hate to split a motion like that,
Well, but that's what the motion was made, was to demo or move off. That was the application.
I'll make a comment for the minutes. I am not in favor of a demo.
Okay, so then you're actually not in favor of the motion, which is okay. All right. Okay, so did I get everybody? Val, Abby, Diane, yes. John, yes. And so I'm in favor of the demo move off. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, so
Thank you.
Okay, so that's item number 1.
Do you want to do the garage studio demo move off as well?
Well, Kathy, are you okay with that? Or Holly, are you okay with that? Just switching things around slightly?
Sure, that's fine.
You are, okay. So let's move to that then, because then we can sort of clear the slate and look at the new stuff afterwards. Same vintage?
Same vintage, built at the same time. No non-contributing.
Okay.
Pretty straightforward.
Holly will get up the pics. We'll just make sure. Oh, Yep. Okay.
Motion to approve as a move off demo.
Okay, Val, thank you for the motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane, Diane, you might want.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John,
I said I made my statement. I am not in favor of a
okay,
demo structure.
fair enough. So this is a different application, but we'll register you as a no vote on this one too, okay?
Okay,
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor of the motion, so that one carries. That was four in favor, one opposed. Okay, so Andrew, why don't we backtrack a little to look at our new dwelling?
Sure. Sure, Holly, if you could pull up the site plan for the main dwelling, that's probably the best way to start the conversation. We've included a series of images you can see here that outline the house as it's seen from the street, and then on the approach looking into the driveway as well. This part of North Road is fairly heavily vegetated and gets actually quite narrow as well as you come down it. So we don't intend to remove any of the vegetation along the street as we construct this. This is a shot then looking straight as if we're in the driveway, looking back up to the existing house that's there. You can't see the garage really at all, the garage studio that's there. Previous photos you've seen, although I do have a photo as you scroll down that sort of superimposes an outline of the proposed main house structure onto the existing structure as seen from the harbor, because that's obviously sort of a pretty critical view. The house right now is really right on the bluff. We're pulling the house back around, I think it is 20 feet. So that's further off of the bluff. So here's as the house looks like now from the water from my boat this summer. And the next one gives you a sense of what the proposed structure, oh, not this one, next one, I think, 2 more down, of how the new structure is sort of set on top of that. The structure we're proposing is significantly lower by around 4, even 5 feet in some points, and is broken into 2. It has sort of an additive massing element rather than a large wall coming across the harbor itself.
Okay.
So if we go to the site plan, I can sort of walk you through the project as a whole. I'll do it pretty quickly because I know you have a lot of items. We're developing the site with 3 structures. You'll see as you come into the driveway, which we're pulling down a little bit and scooting around so that we fully conceal the property from North Road. There's a garage studio element located on the bottom portion of the page. And then the main, which is generally in almost the same exact spot that the current one is in. There's then the main house located obviously towards the water, towards the northwest. There's a pool toward the northeast. And then there's a shed. We're using our shed and calling it a cabana for now, located just behind the pool. The property also does have, as you can see in these drawings, and you can see in some of the renderings I attached as well, some underground basement space that we're creating in an attempt to just maximize square footage, but none of it penetrates the ground plane at all. So it's all below grade and isn't really significantly visible from anywhere off the site, only from on top of the site. The house, as you can see, is all 1.5 stories. Many of the homes along the waterfront here, I think, are generally 2 stories and scaled down to 1.5 story portion. We've taken great care to just come up with all 1.5 story massing and a 1 story massing to break the 2 elements together. They're very sort of balanced and proportioned boxes stuck together with a gasket element. We've got a series of pergola elements, both on the front facade and the side and the water facade as well. The home is black windows with a Nantucket gray trim.
Andrew?
Yep.
I know this question is going to come up, but how long is that ridge? How long is
it's 40, I believe it's 44 feet, Ray. I've got to check.
Chimney or to the?
No, ridge to ridge, not with the chimney. But give me
Hi,
1
Andrew.
second.
I'm here.
Yeah,
as
what is
well.
it, Pin? What is it?
It's 45 of
45 feet.
the main ridge. Yes.
Thank you, Pin.
Like if the chimney weren't there, it would be 45.
It'd be 45, Ray, correct. Yep.
And how tall is it? I'm trying to read that tiny little thing over on the side.
It's a 28'4" height.
Okay.
And we've averaged everything out to make sure we don't create any zoning issues at all with the sloping grade against the existing grade as well. So we've really focused on that to not run into any situations with that either.
This is the water side, right?
This is correct, Ray. This is the water side. So we don't have an abundance of second floor decks. We only have one off of the right side massing. But essentially we've created this datum line wrapping around with the pergolas and deck elements that translate. But it's a pretty simple mass. So that's what I have for the main house. I don't know if you heard me. It's Nantucket gray trim, black windows.
We did, and I appreciate that. Okay. Did we see the site plan yet? You said you had.
Yes. Yeah. Go up, Holly. It's the first page.
Oh, right.
So you approach in the driveway part. Go ahead, Ray.
Well, I was just going to say there's not a footprint of the existing building, but it's clearly closer than where yours is, right?
Yes. I'm sorry. We should have had that on it.
The bluff, I meant.
Yeah, it's actually outside the orange bubble. It's that much closer to the bluff.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right on it, as you can see from the photos.
Okay. Board members?
I'll take a crack at it.
Great, thank you.
The water view, I think, is the most important one, because you're gonna be able to see it. I think if all of that flush dormer could come in a little bit, I think it's quite expansive. And I think it's true of the addition as well, the far right where there are flush dormers. I think if they were set back, that would be better. But I'm not saying make the, is that the north? What do you call that?
This is actually, you'd think it's the north, but it actually is facing more west. So I would call it northwest.
Okay, west. No, there's I'm a little worried about the second floor fenestration on the bigger massing on the left. Whether those windows, they look very repetitive. One of them's missing no, I guess not. But in the concept, I like the concept. I'm okay in general. I just think it needs a little bit, and I'd like to hear from my other board members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Val, how about you?
Sure. So I appreciate the idea of it as well. What does concern me is that it is wider than the building that's there, showing your superimposed view. And it appears to be a story and a half, but it in fact is a 2-story house. And what makes it look more a story and a half is that the doors are 8 feet, the windows are 6 feet. It has a very tall first floor. So I appreciate the idea of it. I think it needs to maybe have a little bit more additive something, or a zig and a zag like the other one did. They had some interplay or something. But I do appreciate the idea of it.
Can I
Okay, of
tag something on to my last comment?
course you can, Abby, go ahead.
Oh, thanks. On the far right, that the additive, it looks like a second dwelling. Whatever. The three French doors, I think are too much for that elevation, especially from the water. I think that's going to look over fenestrated. I don't really care about the first floor, but definitely the second floor, that those doors should be reduced, I believe. Thank you for letting me back in.
Sure, anytime, Abby, anytime for you. Diane? You muted, Diane? Let's check.
Sorry. On
There you
on the second floor, all the windows are Bs except the middle one that is a C. Why is it a C?
No, it's a good question. It's exactly the same. Oh, no, I know the difference.
It's
Oh.
a little wider. It's a little wider.
And it doesn't
sir,
open.
It's a casement window,
Oh yeah,
It's
there
a-
you go. It's a casement window. Correct.
not a
Yep.
double hung.
You're going to see this elevation from the water, and the North Street is sort of a combination. We spent quite a long time a couple of years ago doing house just up from this, and it had the landscaping dropped and went up. It was quite complicated. Do we have any elevations on the piece of property you're putting this house on?
Yes,
What
we
is-
do, Diane.
Because on that picture, it shows you going up the bank. So I'd like to see what the elevation is. And I don't know how to tell you, but I would like to see it looking more than a rectangle as it's looked up at the water. It should have some originality, you can do it, I know, some dips and stuff. So you got a square or rectangular box on one side and then a small one just turned the other way. I would love to see something that gave it a little more tucking in along with the landscape, because you have a beautiful view, and I feel there's so much you could do with it to do that. And I don't know, in doing stuff, I would like to see the windows bigger, particularly on that elevation. This is the west. Is this the front of it classified as the front?
Water side, Diane.
I know it's the water side, but I
Oh.
didn't know whether being west also he was going to go in that way. Can I see the front elevation, please?
There it is.
There it is. I would like to see the windows or the front door windows changed a little bit. It's really not sort of what we expect out there. And North Ave is not really so many brand new, architecturally new houses. So I'd like to see it take a little bit of uniqueness. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, that elevation now with the front door,
Yeah,
is it north or south?
that's east.
This isn't big enough for me to see. Does other people have problems trying to see
Well,
these?
John, if you want to see it larger, just tell Holly and she'll blow it up for you. So yeah, she'll make it larger.
Okay. Are the chimneys going to be brick?
They're going to be a stone brick, is what we're trying to achieve.
Stone brick.
Like a beige stone, a natural earth tone stone
Okay,
that's
we're gonna
cut
need
to brick sizes.
Get us a,
We'll get
us
a sample for that.
Yeah.
We'll get a picture for next time. You got it.
My other comment is when you put the cap on, it should be made out of brick. That one says steel, I believe.
It says metal. That's correct.
Yeah, that's a typo. Typo. That's the Hamptons, not Nantucket. Sorry, typo.
Okay. The door itself, the front door right there, the way it's drawn is though it has like a Dutch door across the middle. You know, it's not appropriate. And also the door itself has no connection in the architecture with the side lights. The side lights are too much glass, and they should be changed to the probably a different type of door instead of that one. It's completely inimical. Thank you.
Okay, John, thanks. Hey, guys, I think I should have been clearer on this. We're looking at two of the buildings right now. The house,
No,
And-
Ray, this is the one
No,
building.
it's
This is the one
connected.
building.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah,
this is
this is the
not,
one
the guest
building.
house is not the gable forward piece that I'm looking at.
Correct, Ray.
Okay,
This
all
is
right.
it. Yep.
Okay, then I stand corrected.
I have
So-
one other comment, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
go ahead, Val, go ahead.
On that note, the connector is just a glass tunnel.
Mm-hmm,
Just keep that in mind.
yep. Oh, okay, well, so to that, I would say that the glass has to be reviewed because we have glass railings. You know, this is facing the water.
Right.
A lot of reflectivity, both of the glass railings and of the glass hyphen connector gasket, whatever we want to call it. So the other thing is, Val, you had said in your comments that it was essentially two-story. I think what you mean by that is that the dormer occupies 9/10 of the width of the gable. And I am talking about the main gable, the eave forward one that we're looking at. So I'd love for that to feel less like a run-on dormer, to somehow have
Yeah.
more dimension to it.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add what I've been thinking about doing, and I actually want to break the dormer into 3. So it's a 2, and then a small one in the middle is what I'll come back with. That's where I'm headed.
You'd get some big points for that one, friend.
Yeah,
At least in my book. So, and the other thing that I have to say about this is relatively minor, but it's just up for consideration. The smaller gable, the gable forward that we're looking at here, which the ridge is clearly lower than the main part of the house. Oddly, the head height of the second floor doors there is much taller than the head height of the windows in what is theoretically, supposedly the main mass. So I just find that a little sort of strange. Now I know the grade is going up there, but I just think it's kind of funny. So I'll leave you with that. I don't know what the solution is.
You step up inside the house is what's happening, but understood.
I understand the grading thing, but it's just sort of from a perception, it looks sort of strange that it's supposed to be lower, but it's actually higher, kind of. So that's the extent of my comments. So should we have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, so that was Val's motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Now we're going to go to the guest house.
Thank you. So the guest house, as I said before, sits almost in the exact same position as the other structure that sat there. Much like the main house, it's a 1.5-story mass plus a garage below ground that we're concealing. And, there are several houses on North Road that have this. I've done it. I did it on one, and there's a couple other houses that have it as well. And none of that would actually be visible. In fact, I don't believe if you go by there now, you can't really see the existing guest house at all. All the same detailing is on this structure that's on the main house. Our first floor doors are not as tall. They are lower. I believe they're 7 or 7.6, not 8 feet. And it's, obviously just a much smaller structure. So the dormer is held in and is pretty proportionate to the structure itself.
Hey, Andrew.
Yes.
Just a curiosity question here. So I'm seeing the dashed in garage doors there.
Yep.
No, you don't approach those from the side, do you? I mean, do you have to make like a right angle to get into those?
You do. You make a right turn when you come down. It's a sharp right.
Can I see the site plan?
So you come in the driveway.
Yeah.
You then turn, make a full U-ey, come down where all those pavers are, and then turn in.
Okay,
Yep.
so you have plenty of room to turn. All right, fine.
Yeah, plenty of room. Yep.
Okay.
Just one other thing I wanted to add, for the previous comments. The main house actually isn't longer than the other structure. It was the pergola attached onto the end that's about 12 feet out that made it look longer, but it is actually shorter. Additionally, I have found, and just looking around the island, that while I know the glass rails on second floor decks is not something that is often done or approved, it has been done in a few instances. And I feel like it actually calls less attention to a second floor deck and makes the deck recede against the facade of the structure rather than the busyness of the vertical balusters. It just sort of goes
I
away.
would agree with you in one way, but disagree in the sense of it being a lot of glass that is reflective depending on where that sun happens to be, particularly when it's low on the horizon.
Sure.
But anyway, thank you. So I'm going to open this one up to the board. Board members,
Okay.
who was that?
I'll
Gabby
start
went
if you
first
like.
last time.
Okay, Diane's going to start.
Okay. Andrew, how tall is this building?
How
I'm
tall?
sorry, how tall?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Pin. Can you tell us how tall that is?
It's 25
20.
foot 9 from average grade.
Thank you.
Okay, because you showed the grade as straight. There's no filling in. The land that you're building on is absolutely straight across.
Correct. In the area where this structure is located, Diane, it's fairly straight, except for where we're going to excavate to get down to the garage. That's below in the dashed in portion.
Right, and you're going to enter the under part the same way that you're entering the doors, or is it going to come around the corner?
No, you enter the doors through either one
You're
of the
gonna
French
come-
doors.
Okay, and then it goes down. Well, I think that this French doors or whatever they are on the north elevation should just be 2 there. You have 4 below, and I would put 2 or 1 with windows on the side. There are no windows on that, and I think it would be easier and not quite so heavy. Otherwise, I think it's good. I'm glad you have dropped the dormer down off the ridge of the roof. I think it looks better, and everything. Long as you can keep it as close to 24 feet, being that it's a living space and a garage that is between 24 and 25 feet is good. So and how wide is your deck going out there? The numbers are so small, it's hard to see. Your deck?
Depth off of the building, Andrew.
The deck width is about 15 feet.
No.
Long.
Off the building.
How wide?
They're 8 by 18.
Okay, that's the magic number right there, 8.
Yeah.
The 8 feet. Yeah, the 8.
8
Yeah.
feet.
I've been yelled enough over the years about that. I know that. 8 feet.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Val, you ready?
Sure. I'm not really understanding how this works. The garage doors are facing the street.
No. The garage.
Yes, they are, right. Yes, they are. They're facing the street. You go down, Val.
Look at the site plan.
Right. Yeah, the garage doors are facing the street. You come in and now turn down. You see where those slipping blue stones are? You come down there, and in the landscape plan, we'll obviously have all these retaining walls.
Coming in from the west.
No.
Okay, so the concern I think for me is that there's a lot of retaining, and then when I look closer at this, it seems as though, and this is throwing me for a loop, are all these buildings connected underground and then there's skylights on the ground?
They are connected underground, Val, and there are wells, correct. Yep. Yep.
And glass railing.
And glass
to keep
railing.
From falling into the large
wells. Yes, correct.
Where do you see that, Val?
Well, I
You can
have
see it in the
on
elevation.
computer blown up so I can see it.
Actually, Holly, if you want to go to the end of the presentation, there's renderings. There's renderings. Might be easier to look at the overall, just sort of site rendering to give you a sense. Go to the next one.
Oh,
Is there one more,
I
Holly?
see it now. It looks like a little sport court.
Yeah.
It's surrounded by glass wall
Got
railing.
it. Got it.
I mean, we're going to put plants around it. Ideally, we won't have to do the glass because it'll just be a waste anyway, but
Okay.
we're just showing it for code now. Yeah. But this gives you a sense of the garage doors, the way they work. You could see it there on the left.
Uh-huh. Right. Okay. You know, it's funny, the thread on the sweater, because you're going to need retainage right there going into that well, did I say retainage? You're going to need a railing so that you don't fall into that retainage off of that area right outside of the porch there. Yes, right
Correct.
there.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, Val, continue. Those are good options.
No, those are my concerns. I just, I don't know if we'll see any of that from the road, and it's just an anomaly. It's got like a little bridge across it to the house, and that's my concern.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. That's an interesting thing to see. Abby.
So from the water again, I'm worried about those three, I guess I already said that, the three nano doors or whatever they are. I'm not sure if that glass glazing balustrade is going to work with I'm very worried about the reflected nature of that material. But I mean, the size, I don't have a problem with the size of it. But could we go back to that asymmetry drawing, whatever it is that we were just looking at
perspective
yeah,
drawing?
that.
Yeah.
So so let me get this straight. Between the main massing and the secondary massing on the main building, that goes down into living quarters?
It
Is that
goes
the
down into
tops of doors?
There are some sunken wells that connect a basement space that connects both structures. Correct. It's not anything you can see. You'll be able to see it all from the street because you won't. Additionally, this structure, you won't see it all from the street. You might see the ridge of it further over to the east, but the rest of it is really hidden. The neighbor's property slopes up about 10, 12 feet and has very heavy vegetation. It's completely socked into the corner. But yes, there is an extensive basement that's connecting the two structures together.
Wow. So I'm blown away by that. And the structure of that becomes these square box, these cubes of porches. What is that made out of? Is that like a wood structure?
Natural. It's
Yes.
natural to weather.
And they're
Correct.
what, they like 8 inches. What is the thickness? What's the
They're like 10 by 10 cedar posts with ipe decks.
Were you talking about the beam thickness?
Well, so you see the swimming pool on where we're looking now,
Yes,
and right above that there's a cube that's a
Yes.
porch area.
correct.
Yes.
And those posts, you're saying they're 10 inches
Cedar.
thick,
Yes, cedar. Mhm.
cedar, and
Mhm.
and there's no pitch to that roof.
No.
Correct.
So that's
Which this, well, I don't want to overstate.
Hey, Andrew, hang on.
Sorry.
Let Abby
Yep,
finish.
sorry.
we don't have a lot of flat roofs. on the island. So I'm just pondering that. Okay, thank you.
No, okay, thanks, Abby.
Ray, could I ask?
Yeah, you
Could I-
can, Diane, go ahead. And then we need to
Okay,
hear
over
from
by
Jim.
the guest house, those rectangular things with the stairs going between them, are those one of his wells?
Yeah, it's a light
Yes.
well.
And if they are, what is the protection from keeping people to fall into them?
Do you see the glass right now? There's little transparent glass around them. No,
Yeah.
no, go back to the perspective. It was much easier to see that way. Okay, so if you look at those holes, those rectangular holes in the ground, you see that there's this transparent thing around that. So those are glass walls. So they're keeping
Okay.
you from falling through there. Now, what Andrew said a little earlier in this conversation is that ideally they wouldn't have to use the glass and that they would do that with vegetation. So that's clearly something has to screen people from falling into a well like that. Yes.
Yes.
And
For sure.
animals, somebody's dog goes out and falls in.
That those
you can
light
see
wells
the
are going to have
door that
about
goes
4
into the
deer
nether.
piled up in them at the end of this or at the beginning of this.
And I think going along with Abby, the major part of the house faces east. And then that's the front, and then the other is west. The west is sort of looks out on the water. To me, there is altogether too much glass for a house where the activity is mostly on the west. It's going to be a light with afternoon sun hitting it and reflecting back again. I don't know. It's sort of weird architecture thing. We've done that basement type of thing underneath the ground before, particularly up at the end of Monomoy. But I don't think those wells, so-called, should be open to that. They, even if it's glass, you're still going to see them. And I don't know. I don't think they fit in. And I would like to see a topo map of I see a very, very faint one, but I can't see any numbers or anything. So when we go into revisions, I'd like to see a topo map, how these houses and stuff are sitting on that property.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
All right. John.
Yes, and we're looking at this, anything here is very inimical to the existing surrounding areas. It has no, all this glass on the decks and wherever it's around. What are the measurements of those? What's the length and height of the glasswork?
The deck size, John, is 8 by 16, I think we said, and the glass railing is 36 inches high off the deck.
Yeah. All right. What holds it together up there, up on the second floors?
It goes into a shoe that it's called. It's sort of a C-shaped stainless steel element that's buried in the fascia of the deck, and the glass just drops into it. So there's no visible structural connection. It's just sheets of glass that ultimately, if done with non-reflective glass, can really just disappear. And then it ultimately just looks like a pergola is the intent.
I can understand what you said. Also, most of this here is visible. This whole structure, the whole complex, whatever you want to call it, compound. And glass, I can't recall any in the last 50 odd years that there's been any glass put on a deck. And it's a bad precedent because those that see it find it's one of the highlights in Nantucket. You got to have what the neighbors got, so they'll want one. And there's no precedent for this that I can find. Anybody get any comments on that?
Okay.
Nice, huh?
All right. So my comments. I just think we have to be really careful moving forward with the glass in general, the flat roofs in general. You know, it's a very calm overall project. So from that perspective, I appreciate it. But there's certain anomalous things about this that I think we just need to get comfortable with about visibility and so forth. That's all I have to say on the guest house. Should we make a motion for some revisions on this?
I make a
So
motion.
move.
Oh, that was a so moved from Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
thank you, John.
I object.
You object to the motion for revisions? John?
Yeah, yes, the same thing, because
No, are you in favor of revisions?
I have no idea what they're gonna be.
Well, we don't know until we see them. But the motion is for revisions. Are you in favor or against the motion?
Hold it for revision.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to take that as a yes, okay? Diane,
Yes.
thank you. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right, so shed cabana.
Yeah, this is the landscape plan, and Holly, I think we're gonna hold that till I go one more round with the architecture, and we'll
Shed
come back.
cabana?
No, the shed cabana I'd like to talk about. The landscape plan I'd like to hold for Mirka.
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about the shed cabana. I think it's a.
Let's go then.
I think you all saw where it was placed, just behind the proposed pool structure, sort of centered, embedded in the center of the site. I really don't believe it will have much visibility, except from further out into the harbor, but certainly not closer up to the property. It has 3 French doors facing out to the harbor itself, and then on the sides it has 2 sliding barn doors that cover these glass elements behind it. So the intent is to make it almost feel as though it was a covered porch element with the fixed glass on the sides, but then you could roll over the barn doors over top of it and have it feel a little bit more like a small shed. So really the primary visible side is really the west side, and potentially part of the north as well. And all the detailing matches the house.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
I'm waiting to see if I can see it on my screen. Hold on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes, Anna.
I can
Well, it
say,
doesn't have a square box porch,
It does
Does not have a square box porch.
No, it does
but,
not.
I mean, I think it's pretty innocuous. It's, you know, I don't think you're going to see this from the water, and you've proven that we're not going to see it from North Road. So I have no problem with it.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
the only thing I would like to see is probably you can't see the south. I'm not sure. I just like those windows that are in those 2 or those 3 things to be the next size up. It's not a sort of storage shed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have glass doors. And I would like to see them not be like the windows that are up in the top. So I'd like to see them bigger. That's
Okay.
on the north elevation, east elevation, and the south elevation.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you, Diane. Who said
me.
I don't. Yeah, I don't understand that either.
I think Diane is looking at barn doors with the windows as windows because
Right.
it's hard to see them. Diane,
Oh,
the windows on the south and the north of those ginormous 6 light that
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
proposing.
that's a door. I'm sorry. They're very small. I'm working off an iPad.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
So I would just do that in the east. Just, it's a lot of wall and the other things slide, so I can understand that. It doesn't matter. It's just the feeling I had. If they were just one step bigger, it would be good. But no
got
big
it.
deal.
I understand. Diane, you want the little 4 lights a little larger. Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay. Val?
I actually have a concern about what this is going to look like at night when everything's lit up over there. So I wouldn't want to see the little window facing the street get any bigger. And I do have some concern about 3. It's kind of like a lighthouse.
You mean glass all around? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Val. John?
Very hard to make a comment on this, Mr. Chairman.
You want to
But
pass?
A lot of it is not typical to the neighborhood. It's all, let's say, modern cut materials.
Okay.
It's a shame to see this happen to a structure on Nantucket. It doesn't tie into anything in the neighborhood. I'm just saying those are my feelings, what I see.
Oh, that's a comment.
I'm not going to go into detail because it takes too long.
Okay,
I've had my say. That's it. Thank you.
fair enough. And I think that basically everything that needs to be said on this has already been said. So can I have a motion on this one?
Motion to hold for some revision.
Sorry.
Okay, that was Val's motion on that motion. Abby? Abby? How about you, Diane? Are you there?
Aye.
Oh, there's Abby. Diane?
I'm an I.
Okay, John?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
To hold for revisions.
I'm sorry?
Excuse me, to hold for revisions.
Oh, thank you.
And are you in favor of that motion, John? I think that's a yes. Val?
Yes, I.
Okay, great, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. And
Thank you all very much.
well, so Andrew, just to be clear, did you say that you wanted to hold
Yes.
Yurka's application for now?
To track for the next time I'm back with all of this, I think will be more productive.
Yurka to make sure?
Yes. Yes. She can't even come to HTC tonight anyway.
Oh.
She can't come. So
okay.
I talked to her about it. So.
So, all right. So can I have a motion from one of the board members to have the pool and landscape track the rest of the applications on this
So
site?
move.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Sorry, aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
I.
And I'm in favor. Okay. Guess what,
Thank you.
folks? Thank you, Andrew. This is the last application on our old new business. So is Julie on board at 4 Codfish Park?
I am
And I need to recuse from this one.
Okay.
So it's you, Diane.
All righty. Julie, are you there?
I'm here. I would like to do my little spiel and talk about.
Sorry, Julie, hold on. Who's the alternate?
Yeah, establish that.
Carrie, where's Carrie been?
Yeah, Carrie is the next in the rotation, actually.
I'm here.
Okay, will you be on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Holly, can we go to site photos, please? Thank you. Can you zoom in on that Photoshop showing what we want to do? There you go. Okay, so the Codfish Playground has been a curse and a blessing, completed in 2016. It's been a community success. There's always kids there. People seem to really love it. We've had some challenges with shade and with growing trees in this location, and particularly shade trees, due to the high salinity of the soil and the winds, and just our first try here didn't happen. There wasn't a lot of success. I think the land bank is going to try and plant a few more trees, and maybe in the winter, and see if that is a better time for them to get accustomed. But we're here for these shade sales because of a lot of complaints filed to the land bank during the heated months of the summer, where children are getting burnt from the heat on the structures. So I'd just like to say that I wasn't notified of the Zoom meeting for the Wisconsin Advisory Board this week. So their comments are without representation. And I wasn't notified because it was a little bit of a moving target as to where this was going to fall on an agenda. And then I didn't receive a Zoom link. So it led to some miscommunication. And anyway, I wasn't there, but I did watch their comments. And it did spiral a little out of control to comments like sunscreen and hats. And that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about actual heat on the wooden structures and the plastic and the swings burning kids. So we're open to suggestions. The history here is that in the spring, the land bank, I drew some plans, and then the land bank represented them. It was a couple of pergolas. It was a lot of programming, maybe 5 shade sales. And I think it met a lot of opposition, and, you know, it didn't pass. But over the summer, I know that the land bank has reached out to all the neighbors, and Rachel Slozik's been working really hard to try and reduce the impact, but still solve the problem. So the application before you is basically 2 shade sails on wooden poles that would be seasonally removable. We're totally open to color. We are here kind of hat in hand, help us do something appropriate that will be safe. I have looked into, you know, I mean, the sand surface there is only allowable because it's really adjacent to a beach, just like jetties. So trees can't be planted in that environment. So that's not really an option to put the trees in around there. And then they also add a hazard for safety with children, because they can swing on the branches and then use the structures in ways that they're not supposed to be used, which can lead to injury. So there's a lot of ADA and a lot of play structure issues at play here to get a solution. So we felt, after a lot of deliberation and scaling back, that these seasonally removable sails were even though they have kind of a contemporary spin because they're a modern thing, they weren't, you know, back in the olden days, this wasn't a thing that could be engineered. I think they're the least impact on the view. And I think that, you know, they really technically are not structures because they're removable. But I think we're here saying, help us find something that's going to work for everybody out there, and stop the complaints from flooding into the land bank for the burnt children on the hot summer days. And I think the land bank's intention is to erect them sometime in the mid-June and take them down literally Labor Day. Like, I don't think that they want to leave them up or have them be an issue for anybody. But I would say that that Rachel might want to talk. That's kind of my shtick. If you want to go over go back up to the plan, Holly, and we can just kind of see where they are on the plan. It's 2 sails, and it'll cover a majority of the things that are getting hot. It's mostly the little kids on the toddler structure with the slide under it. We're even stopping short. The spring application had another one that covered the boat and the slide there, and we're stopping short. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get a shade tree close enough and big enough to screen that slide. But you know, we're here for these shade sales.
Maybe I can just take a second to introduce myself. I'm Rachel Freeman from the Land Bank, and I'm happy to answer any questions. This has been a process, and we're really looking to try and accomplish a goal of coming together, bringing groups together of people who are extremely concerned about this proposal and people who are extremely in favor of the proposal, and trying to come up with something that will work well for everyone. So that was, when we downsized everything that we've done in the past, and but yet still proposing something that would provide some level of shade and safety for people using the playground in July and August.
Diane, can I ask too, because of the contentious nature of the neighborhood and this application, at the chair's preference, I'd love to respond to people if you allow them to talk, just so that it doesn't spiral into the sun hat, sunscreen.
Yeah,
Discussion again.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, if I could mention Wisconsin Advisory Board. First of all, yes, they did meet on October 26th. I will attest to this office is extremely busy, so I can't, explain why somebody didn't get a notice. So all I can say is that our staff does send out emails to applicants as a cursory. So I'll leave it at that. But overall, and I'm glad Julie was able to listen to the comments after the fact. There seem to be a lots of pros and cons, not only from Wisconsin Advisory, but obviously from the flooding of emails that staff has received on this application. For their comments, they did remember the previous applications. There was a comment about it being seasonally, that would be fine. There was a comment that the blue was too shocking, that maybe it should be white. The only thing that, that the only contemporary structure in Wisconsin would be this. So there was a comment about possibly looking into doing a pergola or a gazebo type that would be better for shade. There was also a comment about wanting people to consider the history of Codfish Park. That some owners in the area are in favor and some are not. They agree that shade is good, but white is more of a traditional looking. There was comments about it being appalling, keep Codfish Park, but didn't like it. And then there was a comment about New England parks having pole barns with sides, which I agree with, the picnic table underneath. On a personal note, I take my children there. It does get hot. I understand it, but I do think that there needs to be some sort of compromise, and maybe a seasonal component would be a compromise. So I leave you at that. Those are the comments.
Thank you, Holly. I remember, I'm sure everybody on the board remembers when we reviewed this, what was it, 2 years ago, when considering putting houses and stuff over it. One of the questions I have is, my daughter is in her 50s and she was there playing in the park when she was 8. And the kids back then didn't get burned by using the swings. I don't know. I don't think every park around has shade areas for the kids. I think it's something that really has to be studied. And from one of your pictures, or one of their pictures in here, is a picture of a tree that was planted in the corner that's still alive. And to go to the amount of trouble that they have and put in a tree that is an inch in diameter is crazy. They're going to put in a shade tree as we asked them. Then it should be a tree of
Somebody needs to get muted.
Who is muted?
Somebody needs to.
It should be a tree of a suitable size to provide the shade that it was being asked to do. I understand the shade sales, but I have a problem with them. I think I just sensibly on Codfish Park, I have a problem with. But we'll ask the other commissioners and see what they think. And think back, if you can, of the long discussion we had with the ex-building inspector and Steve Butler, who lives out there, and other people who have some knowledge about Codfish Park.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to respond to the tree comment. It is very difficult to plant a large enough scale tree to create shade and have it live in this location. It is the edge of the earth. Next stop, Portugal.
When it was just a wild park and there was enough greenery and stuff in the back that the bird watchers used to go there for the amount of birds that were there. So it does support some sort of vegetation, and that has to be looked at. It has to. Anyway, we'll let the commissioners see what they want to say.
Okay.
Abby, would you like to begin?
Yeah, sure. I seem to have lost the drawing, but I can still talk. So yeah, no, I don't even, yeah, as a child, I was down on those swings that, okay, so getting to the point, I think this is over the top. I don't think it has anything to do with Codfish Park. I would rather see some canvas material. But you're talking to the wrong person on the board, because I wasn't in favor of this playground to the extent that it got to in the first place. So I definitely don't want to see what's proposed. I think it's way out of line with Codfish Park. So I'm not a good person to start with. Sorry.
Hey,
That's all right.
Holly, can you page down
No,
to the image? Yeah, there we go. Can you zoom in on that? Because it is canvas.
Julie?
Yes.
We're going ahead.
Okay.
With the commissioners first. There's not
I
a
just
back.
asked Madam Chair if I could respond to the comments in order, because it does get out of control, and it is canvas. I'd like to reiterate that it's like
All
a
right.
canvas, and we're open to any color.
The other commissioners are going to speak first. If you have questions, answers, write them down and give them to them when we finish. The next
Okay.
person is Carrie.
I love these things, but this is unfortunately not the right place for them. I mean, it's right in the historic Codfish neighborhood in historic Sconset. I'm thinking of the bluff in Martha's Vineyard. Isn't there some big gazebo there? And you could achieve a similar thing with posts and some sort of gazebo roof. Unfortunately, it would be more of a permanent structure. You couldn't take the roof off in the winter unless you could somehow do a structure and hide the sails within the system, the roof system. So it could be more temporary. I totally see the need for shade. I used to play on that playground on the beach when I was a kid, and it wasn't as hot back then, I swear. Something's happening. But also the unfortunate part of the sand, that's a very,
Stop it.
reflective surface that then absorbs the heat on the plastic. But I do think you're going to have to come up with a gazebo type of element, because I get it that the trees won't live, but I just think this is way too contemporary. Although I do love them, I just don't think they're appropriate here. Sorry. That's it.
Ann is muted.
Thank you. Val, you're next.
I think initially when this came in, there was some thoughts about a permanent structure, and I think we voted that down because it already seemed as though there was just too much structure here. So I get what Carrie's saying, but I think temporary is the way to go. Something that will blend in and maybe just for one season to see how it goes. But from what I read of letters of concern, it was not children playing during the day that really created a concern. It was that at night, because of the structures, it's become a hanging out spot for young, older kids, and that is creating a noise and sort of wreaking havoc on the neighborhood. So I think to cover it with anything is only going to invite more of that. So I just think that's something to maybe consider. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, over the structures, I can't speak to that, but in the old days, we always brought an umbrella and the sand ourselves. So that's all I have to say.
Well, I agree with you. I think that the noise created by the evening, perhaps there has to be some way that the park closes at 7 o'clock at night, or when kids usually go back to eat dinner. The parks can be closed at certain times, but at least most of the letters I received said it was the noise. And I wondered how kids could be making so much noise as to disturb the neighbors. But I think you're right about being on the evening. And I think it has to go, for me, it has to go back and be reconsidered and come up with something better than flying pieces of canvas, because it looks sort of like what some of the pictures I've seen of Florida, and that's really not what we want. So, Julie, do you have any statements that you would like to finish up with?
I would just like to go on record for saying that I feel like, as far as the design goes, a roof and the scale and the height of the buildings, it's definitely not going to please the neighbors. It would be at least 20 feet tall. So I mean, as a designer, I've kind of been through this, and I think if we could agree that seasonally, and that the posts are wood, and that the sails are the most white that they could be, or canvas, that I think it would address a lot of concerns. It's either that, or I could look into a more traditional gazebo thing, but I do, like, off to the side, but I do think that there's too much structure already, and I think adding plantings is a good idea, and trying to get them as close to the ADA path as possible. Obviously, we're going to do all those things, but I don't think it's out of the question to ask for 2 shade sails, and I think that in reality they will just blend in, because there's already structures underneath them, and as a matter of fact, it might quiet it down, especially from above. But that's, as far as the hangout spot stuff goes, the land bank has made extreme gestures and getting extra police detail, adding faux security cameras, really responding to that. And I think that it's posted that it's closed at night. But I would say that the neighborhood really has a history, and obviously the old historic district, of not liking any kind of change. So, I mean, I have definitely been here for putting the structures in. So I totally understand all the concerns, but I do believe that this is the least effect.
We got to go on.
I think there might be public comment.
Can I make one suggestion?
Yeah,
sure. It's Carrie. I'm just wondering if a series of more traditional pergola structures, over as much as possible, but being minimal, and within the pergola, having some flat sails to create the shade that you need that can be taken away, but the pergolas might stay, but be a lighter structure than an actual gazebo.
We'll definitely look into that. Something like the box porches.
Julie.
Yeah.
She has said what she wants in the most.
Okay, sorry, Diane.
Madam Chair, we do have public comment.
Do you?
We do have public comment. Yes, ma'am. I believe that there are people in the Zoom right now with comments.
Oh, I didn't know that. So let's see who wants to make a public comment.
Hi, I'm Martha Palaki, and I live in Sconset. I'm the former president of the Sconset Civic Association. I just wanted to let you know that it came to my attention a couple of years ago, about 5 families had approached me with their concerns regarding the sun, and the lack of shade there at the playground, and the sun on the children and the parents and grandparents. So a couple of generations of people have contacted me about their concerns about, exposure to the sun, skin cancer, problems with so much heat down in the playground for both the children and the adults. So I had approached the land bank to just let them know that there were these concerned citizens, and certainly some of these citizens also were happy to make a donation to help with the any kind of shade structure or shade in the playground, whether it was landscaping or a pergola or whatever it might be. So I was the liaison between the families in Sconset and the land bank. So there have been lots of people concerned about the heat and the sun in the playground. They're really, the trees that were planted are so immature that they don't really do anything down there for shade. So that's, just wanted to let you know that there are several families. I think there may be a couple of other people on this call that wanted to make some comments, people who do use the playground with their children and grandchildren.
Thank you. Thank
Sure.
you very much.
Oh, one
Okay,
other thing, one other thing, Diane, I wanted to mention is that I believe the concern of the neighbors who are not in favor of any structures down there and they're concerned about noise at night. I think it was more, they were concerned about teenagers, not the little children being out there at night. And there are lots of other places the teens go. I don't know that they really hang out there, to tell you the truth, but I think that's their concern. And obviously there aren't any little children down there making noise.
No, they have to make an awful lot of noise or an awful lot of children to bother the neighbors to that extent. So do we have somebody else who would like to speak?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
I'm Julia Hilton, and I am a grandmother of 5 children that use the playground all summer long. I appreciate that a lot of you grew up using the swings in the playground when you were younger, but in this world that we're living in, we're certainly a lot more aware of the damage the sun does. And so we're all very careful with our grandchildren. And I think the necessity to have some kind of a covering is absolutely imperative. I think, to my way of thinking, to plop a gazebo down there, it makes it look like a sort of contrived movie set. I think the sails are not Disneyland, but very much in keeping with sort of a Nantucket billowing thing. I think Julie has fabulous taste, and I think it would be done beautifully. I also feel that it would muffle whatever noise might arise from the it's, we're also living, we overlook the summer house tents. So there's a lot going on in Sconset that is, yes, a departure from what it was, but I do feel that canvas sails are very much non-obtrusive and would be well received in the area.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak?
Yes.
Madam,
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Ashley Kadakia, and I've grown up in Sconset, and now I'm raising 3 young children in Sconset. I understand it's a very tough decision, and I love Sconset and the history of it and the aesthetics, and I understand what some of the reservations are about. But I would also agree that something that's, if there's already concern about too much structure, something that's removable and that you could, would just be less obtrusive and less of an eyesore than, again, putting a gazebo or a block structure. I understand that many people will say that they played on the playground, which wasn't really a playground, it was just a swing set. But as we mentioned, it's a different world we're living in. There's more concern. And quite frankly, as someone mentioned earlier, our climate is different. I mean, I believe our climate is different. Sun exposure is different. And it's just a shame to have built this playground. I mean, some would not feel this way. I'm sure some would be very happy if we keep the sun blazing and no one will use it. But what's the point of having built it if people can't use it for the majority of the day or it's dangerous? So while it's a difficult decision as far as aesthetics and history and something that looks authentic and belongs and not Disneyland, it's something that, really should be done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is
Madam
there
Ch-
anyone else who would like to speak?
Madam Chair, Jesse, can you hear me?
Yes, I thought you looked familiar.
Sorry, I've been listening and I just, sorry, I'll make it quick. I know we got a long night here. I'm speaking as a public. And I just wanted to say that, it's a tough decision, but I think something needs to be done. And I think that the sales would do better than a permanent structure. I think a pergola would look out of place. I think the sales will come down in the season. I think also I was concerned about the gathering at night, and after looking at Julie's plan, I'm less concerned about that. It does give a very open feel, and I like the idea of a white to off-white sail, and appreciate what Julie and the land bank has done for the families on Nantucket. As a father and a parent, I think that's important, and I think that having a sale would be a good compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Yes,
If
yes,
not,
there is.
Yes.
Can you hear me? It's Ann Troutman.
speak just a little louder.
Yes, can you hear me? It's Ann Troutman.
Hi, Ann.
Hi.
Yes, I
Hi.
hear you.
I'm a little bit new to this issue. I think playgrounds are great. I think children should not be burnt, as Julie said. I think that that Codfish Park has a historic scale and character and quietness that everybody there loves, whether they live right there or not. I think it's great that the kids can come, but I don't think that the people that have spoken tonight necessarily understand the security and noise issues, which are not having to do with the daytime use. They have to do with the nighttime use. And apparently it's all summer long. And whatever the land bank has been trying to do, they have not been able to accomplish. So unfortunately, one of the fallouts of having a beautiful playground is that you have a lot of unintended use. And that is has put the neighbors that are affected by that in the position of policing the area at 3 in the morning, at 2 in the morning, at 1 in the morning, at midnight, at 4 a.m., at 8 p.m., all night. So the feeling is that adding more structures, especially large structures, is really a non-starter. And if the location of that playground was wrong to begin with, Well, I don't know why you keep adding to it. And I gathered some beautiful photographs of what used to be there. Beautiful indigenous plantings that were completely eradicated when the playground was built. I don't know why, because the playground was built in the middle of the lot, and all of those beautiful plantings could have been maintained. So I'm hoping that we can all work together to reinstitute the indigenous plantings. They're all over the place. It's not that hard to identify them. Put them back. Unfortunately, because you tore them down, it's going to take a few years for them to take and create any height, but that's nature. And I had a lovely conversation with Rachel on Friday, and she had a great suggestion about a small scale trellis with rose covered, something that's local planting over a bench or someplace where the people who are getting burnt, which is mostly the parents on cell phones, because the kids are running around and they're on the swings mostly. That's what I've seen. They don't use much of the other equipment, which incidentally, 4 of those pieces of equipment have shade. They have roofs. So I just wanted to make those points because in the comments, they weren't read. So I'm sorry to take so long, but I needed to cover it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I might make a suggestion, is that to see if the land bank, Julie, and the different people who are interested could get along, get a meeting. I think, as I suggested earlier, that there had been beautiful vegetation, which was the bird watchers' prized place to go. So stuff can be maintained there. And I think that when you're trying to do something with a partial canvas, perhaps, and a partial growth of vegetation, that we should designate the size of a tree. There's no point putting in a 4-foot tree and expecting it to grow there and become a shade tree. You have to do more. I don't know that they would be any more expensive than having canvas sails made to go in. So I think to me, it is a point of interest that should be done before when summer is over, so we have some time to come up with a really good thing. So may I get a motion from somebody as what you want to do? Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Me is aye. So there we are with that. And thank you very much for all your time and effort.
What happened with John?
Oh,
You
John,
weren't on it. Oh.
you're not.
He's not?
You were
Of course
not
he
on
is.
it, but would you like to say something?
Kind of late now, isn't it? No, I'm gonna sit back and find out, see what happens. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So thank you. And we'll go on to the old business, which starts at 22, the Boulevard.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Am I unmuted? Yeah. Okay.
What number are we on?
John, we are on number 1 of old business.
Under what?
Old business?
Old business?
Yeah. We made it.
21 Hummer Pond Road?
No, 22 Boulevard.
Say that again, 23 what?
22 Boulevard. Now, John.
Yes. Oh, let me see.
The rest of the applications, until we get to the new business, which is going to be in a while, the rest of these applications all have established boards. Okay?
Yeah. Boulevard.
So if you look at your agenda, you'll see in red who's sitting on the particular application. So the first one at 22 Boulevard, which is being represented by Ben. Hopefully Ben's with us.
Hello.
Thank you, Ben. Our board on this one is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie. Okay? And we're all here, so let's move forward with this one. And Ben, why don't you tell us where we are? Thank you.
Yes, so we looked at this a couple weeks ago. It is a barn-like structure on this property. It is, yep, right there. Now, while we're looking at the site plan, you can see White Hart Lane drawn on the bottom of that. And White Hart Lane ends in kind of a half circle type shape. And you can see that on the site plan. And if I could make a last minute change, we would actually like to move this barn back another 40 feet, deeper into the property.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So what we're looking at, the document that we're looking at right now,
yep,
has it bubbled?
Yep.
Is the moved back version, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what we don't know and what would have been helpful is to have dashed in where it was when we saw it the last time.
Well, it hasn't changed. This is where it was always originally approved. We would like to now move it back 40 feet further than what you're looking at currently, if that would be okay.
I got to make sure I understand. So
I have a little picture here if you want to zoom in on my camera.
Okay, but do we have this document formally in the package that Holly has, like where it's really going?
I don't believe we do, Mr. Chair.
No, this is something I'm suggesting now, but we can move forward with this.
Okay, all right, okay, never mind. I get it. So this is like a spur of the moment kind of thing.
It was this has been in the queue for a couple of weeks, and since that time, the client has said, "I'd like to move it back 40 more feet."
Okay, I got it. Thank you. All right, so where are we? What's changed?
So architecturally, the comments last time we met were that the cupola was poorly rendered and awkward. That the north deck was also awkwardly designed, and that the massing on the southeast, which was kind of that shed, one-story shed porch thing, was proportionally poorly drawn. So I spent some time looking at cupolas around the island. I found a fantastic one out in Nantucket. I would like to hold up this picture. This is so awkward, but I don't know if you guys can see me.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
It's absolutely a beautiful shed out in Nantucket on Hither Creek.
Yep.
Our barn with a beautiful cupola.
I actually agree with that. Okay, so.
I muted myself, I'm sorry.
So
I've taken cues from that cupola with what we're looking at now. And I hope it's an improvement to what I showed you the first time.
Okay.
And then if you, Holly, if you don't mind scrolling down.
Right.
On this elevation, I've changed where I have the porch and where I have filled in space. So now the filled in space is on the back of the building, so that the stairs going up go right into the side of it. They're nice and tucked in. Right before I had it all gangly and stupid looking on the back. I've made it nice and tight now. And instead of on the ground level, instead of all this lattice work, I have a 42-inch natural to weather board fence. So it looks a little bit more natural instead of all this lattice work. So if we go to the next elevation, we'll see that.
Oh, right, we have.
Yep. So before I had a whole mess back there. So I really tightened it up, made it nice and tidy. I think that the visibility of this is going to be very limited, but I think it's a great improvement, and I appreciate your feedback. I think it's gotten a lot better.
Ben, thank you. Not that I particularly care, but so you had this 36-inch rail that's clearly keeping somebody from falling into your light well thing there.
Uh-huh.
Why is it 42 inches now?
I don't know. I thought 32 felt a little short. 36 felt a little short. I don't know. I kind of like the 42, but 36.
Okay, so it's aesthetic. It's not code.
Yeah, there's no code. No, there's no code. I just went the extra 6
Fair
inches.
enough. Just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And by the way, part of our thing is that it is moved back 40 feet with respect to where it's shown on your current site plan, correct?
I would like to request that if this is an approvable design, that could be a staff approval to move it back another 40 feet.
Right. But I just, that's what we're reviewing, is it's moving back 40 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay,
I can go.
that's great. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
All right, like it. Thank you. How about you, Val Oliver?
I went out there again today and stood on the boulevard and looked down White Hart Lane, and you can see these structures. I appreciate that it's getting pushed back, and I would hope that would mitigate it. My overarching concern is that there are so many structures on this site, it's going to be like a carnival in there. Yeah, I appreciate it moving back.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I think the improvements are great. I really appreciate all of them, and I agree with you. It is much tighter, and I'm fine with it.
Okay, very good. How about you, Diane?
I am good with it. I'm not absolutely sure you won't see that, but I don't see anything wrong with it. You do see it. It's a
Well,
perfectly acceptable building. And I
Thank you
don't
for
think there's
saying that.
anything that necessarily has to be hidden.
Right. Totally agree. You know, sometimes it doesn't need to be invisible to be okay. And I think that this is, even if this were visible, I think this is a good design.
Yeah, it's
So,
perfectly acceptable.
yeah, all right, thanks. I think we have liftoff here. So if somebody could make a motion, I can move it through.
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
Well, actually, so what we want to do on that motion, I'm sorry, but Ben has offered to move the building 40 feet further back on the site, which I think would
Oh, yeah,
help with visibility in general.
I thought
Could
that
we
was included today.
Well, it is, but it's not reflected on the drawing, so we would just need to do it through staff. you know?
Okay, through staff.
Okay,
Sub-
so moving it back.
Approve it, submitted with a 40-foot move back on the property.
Perfect, that's perfect. Thank you very much for that.
Mr.
motion.
Chairman,
Yes, John.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
am I on this?
You are not. Sorry, John. I don't think you're going to be on for a while, John. I got to look down. What you should do is look under the old business, and in red, at least on mine, in red, shows the members that are sitting on each application. And I'm not seeing your name.
He's
yet,
not on any.
so you're not on it. So
No problem.
I'll tell you when you are. Okay. So, gosh, let's see. Okay. So,
I'm in favor.
okay. Yeah. So Diane has made the motion. Abby's in favor. Val.
I'm not in favor because my concern is not the building as a standalone structure. It's the series of buildings. There's many
Okay.
structures on the site.
Okay. Fair enough. Carrie.
Aye.
All right. And let's see. So Diane made the motion. Oh, Diane, are you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I'm in favor of your motion as well. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to 58 Walsh. Board on this one. Everybody ready? We're down to a 4-person board on this. It's myself, Diane, Abby, and Val. Okay, Sana, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so we have not been up on this for quite a while because we decided to take a little break. The clients wanted to rethink some things. So we have completely reworked all the exteriors to conform with what the board was concerned with. So to go through, if you want to, Holly, if we can go down to the north elevation on sheet A31, please. So if you can see what was previously submitted right above that. So we have, on that elevation that's facing Wall Street, we have gotten rid of 21 feet of door fenestration, overall 2 windows. We have completely redesigned the exterior, removed over 50% of the first floor railing and all of the second floor railing and decks, removed the vertical elements that were concerns and that are now horizontal on the very bottom of the house with that will have planting in front of it. We've lowered the eaves as requested, and that's it on that elevation. On the west elevation, we have removed that wart off to the right, which was an extended by like a pathway, like a portico to an exterior den or an extended den. That has been completely removed, as well as lowering the eaves and removing, you know, the second floor decking and all that. If we go down to the next elevation, the south elevation, again, eaves lowered, that den off to the side and the second chimney have all been removed. The windows have been more aligned. Down at the east elevation, left side removed, lowered the eaves, added a dormer to allow, because of the lowered eaves, aligned all the windows, and that's it. So completely new, pretty much.
Very much so.
I'll go.
Well,
Mr.
thank
Chair,
you.
I do have HSAB comments.
Oh, God.
Right.
Sorry.
Abby, I'll get to you next. You're next, I promise. Okay, go ahead, HSAB.
So the flush dormer on the north elevation was mentioned to look at, but much improved elevations. Roof walk looks appropriate on the main mass, even though gable faces the street.
Holly, sorry. The flush dormer on the north elevation. Okay, so you mean the dormer with the 2 windows, which is the only dormer as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what is it about that we're looking at?
It's sitting on the,
On the eave?
yeah,
Okay, all right.
that was just notated.
Okay.
Roof walk looks appropriate on the main mass, even though the gable faces the street, and walk reads as offset. Some concern about the walk on the dormer. Over here on the east elevation. Transoms over French on the west. Negative mass on the north. Gable should read as same wall. The shed roof does not go across the gable based on the west elevation. And then there was some drafting inconsistencies that they did notate. And the cardinal directions on the site plan would be beneficial, but overall, more appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Abby, I believe you want to start.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to HSAB.
It's this protocol thing that we haven't quite worked out yet.
Yeah, no, but I shouldn't have done that. But I do want to say bravo, because this looks so much better than the first go around. I really appreciate it. I thought that the dormers could be, on the second floor, could be taken back a little bit so they're not flush dormers, what HSAB said. But I mean, in general, the massing, everything. I don't quite understand the top of the chimney, but maybe that could be corbelled or are we having trouble with making chimneys the right height tonight?
Actually, this one works.
Oh, this one does work? Okay, because it looks a little short and squat.
Yeah.
But it could use some detail at the top.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks. Let's see. Val, you ready?
Sure. I appreciate the vast majority of this. Thank you, Sana. I am a little confused by the porch running along the front, and how that works. It seems as though, I mean, I'd be really happy if it goes all the way across.
What?
It doesn't appear
I
to
thought you
on the
were
west
go-
and east elevations. And I don't think a roof walk is appropriate on this house. But that's my only comments right now, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's fine. Thank you. Diane?
I approve the change. I think that it's a great deal better to me than it was more thing. I think what are the 4 windows on the north elevation? Are those?
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Tell me.
That's just a porch. It's just a, there's an enclosed porch there with an overhang, but it's not screened or anything. So I can take out those 3 lines. I just thought it might make it look more like a screen porch, even though it is an open porch.
Yeah, no, as long as I know it's a porch, that's fine.
There's no screens?
No.
So you
So
can
are
see
those
the
things we're
doors.
looking at, are they posts or?
Yeah, they're
what?
posts. It was
Oh,
kind of to make it look like a screen porch, but we don't want it screened.
Okay, fine, thanks. Continue, Diane, sorry.
No, that's it. And what is its height? I wish I can read little teeny weenies, but I don't have any.
Total height is 30.
Total 30.
Yeah.
The pitch of the roof is what?
It is
9?
a 9, I think it's an 8.5, 12, but I can double check on that.
It's like 8 or 9, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so it can't come down any lower. I think that it's much more in keeping with what we would expect to see there, and I don't see any major things that I would say you have to fix before I could approve it. So thank you.
All right, Diane, thanks. Sana, like the other board members, I think this is a vast improvement. Thank you very much. I've got a couple of really small things and then one that might be a little bit more difficult. So agree on the chimney cap thing. That was an easy one. Oh, could we go to, okay, well, we're looking at the north elevation. You have an intermediate post on the roof walk that, like, to me, it's coming right off the ridge.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seems like that doesn't ordinarily happen. Usually it's a really small thing, but I think just having fewer posts in this case would contribute to its simplicity, which I really appreciate. Now, so the larger issue is this: when Holly zoomed in, I noticed that from the grade to the finished floor was 6 feet. Could you remind me, could you tell me where we left off? Because that seems like 6 feet is taller than I am. So just a little bit taller than I am, a couple inches. But so where are we with this height of finished floor with respect to the floodplain elevation?
So that is, we have that coming up to the bottom of the finished floor is at the height of the floodplain, which Nantucket surveyors.
5 feet plus or minus, right?
Yes. And so we have that should be in the file. Paul Santos sent in that email quite a while back.
So and this is something I believe that Val started asking about months ago, and I think we should stick with it. And that is, so on your elevations here, there should be, like, the grade should be identified as a certain elevation that would correspond with an elevation that's on Paul's plan, right? Similarly, the first floor should be identified as an elevation above mean high water or whatever, that is also identified on Paul's plan so that we can go back and inspect it and say that the finished floor is no higher than it needed to be, given the floodplain elevation.
Okay.
Okay. It sounds like you might have all the material there, but it's not apparent to us, you know, that it's there because it's not assimilated into these drawings.
Perfect.
That's the extent of my comments. So what are we doing with this one, folks?
I just have one other question, Mr. Chair, wicked
Go ahead.
quick.
Yep.
What are the boards going across horizontally below this structure going to be?
Natural to weather.
Well, what are they?
What are they?
1 by 6, 1 by 8.
They are drawn as 1 by 6.
Okay.
But we can do 1 by 8 and make less lines, or 1 by 10s.
Val?
We're open.
I don't know. I mean, are there any in the area that have the horizontal?
There are a few other houses that are right around the corner. I can take pictures and send those in with either a revision or staff approval.
It'll be planted out, hopefully.
It will be.
I would think so, yeah.
And then the only other concern I had was, and it's not a huge concern, is that if that's an open porch, there's a bank of windows and some French doors that are there, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, they're 8+ feet back.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board on this one?
Let's move it.
You want to move it? Okay.
Sure. Motion to approve through staff with the roof walk interim post being removed. And I think that was
The chimney,
The chimney having a cap.
okay.
bubbling or cap or something.
Is everybody okay with the shape of the chimney? Although it's unusual, it's going to have an outside box as well.
I'm okay with it. As
I'm
long as
okay with it. I just like something a little bit more corbelled at the top.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe 2 corbel steps. And, Val, could you kindly put in some language about having the elevations, and elevations
to
reference the floodplain elevations that are on Paul's plan?
yes, and additionally to add the floodplain elevations of existing grade and finished first floor with Paul Santos's documentation.
Okay, that's quite a motion. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane. Diane might be muted.
Aye.
There
Aye.
she is. There she is. Great, thank you. Val?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Sana. Okay, next up, 11 Meadow Lane. Board on this is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen gets to join us this time. Do we have somebody representing this?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Hey, Ethan.
Good. You ready?
We're ready. Yeah.
Okay. Supposedly, hopefully, Mike, the homeowner's on this meeting too, Adam Kessler, if he's listening also.
Hi.
So what we did is we basically, based on the minutes, we reduced the square footage of the house by the front elevation, took 2 feet off, reduced it by 2 feet on the ends, added that little wart on the side there. We set it a little further back from the road, but we have wetlands issues, and there's an approved pool by Concom in the back that's in the buffer zone. We removed the little front bump out on the front and just added the farmer's porch and cleaned it up. On the front elevation on the left side, there was a comment about the eaves height, so we lowered that whole mast by a foot. That's kind of it.
Okay, so
and also basically we went around the neighborhood and included in this photographs of all the surrounding houses of the basically similar design from the front elevation, as well as the street directly behind it, which is, you can see them. I put the street address on them as well.
Okay.
So these are closer to the road than ours, but it's a scattered neighborhood. So
Ethan, a few things.
Yes.
Ordinarily, we are looking at your new elevations adjacent to the previous submission. So
yes.
I think what you had said, you said you reduced the square footage. And I believe that the way that you did that was by making the gable 2 inches narrower, 2 feet narrower. Is that correct?
The whole width of the building.
Right.
You can see it on,
So, it would be helpful, 2 things would be helpful. One would be to have the existing, or not the existing, but the previous submission, so that we could visually see what's happening. And also these bubbles don't say anything. They don't tell us what's happening. They just bubble. So, but you're telling us that the gable, like the major gable west and the major gable east are narrower.
Yeah, so he has them one over top of each other instead of side.
Right.
They're there. My previous submission's on top, and the
Okay.
proposed is below, and the red line is shown where I did the adjustments.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, board members,
I'm good.
you're good. All right, sounds good.
I'm good.
Oh, Diane's good too. Stephen, you better hurry up. What you got? Anything? Is Stephen still here? I hope. No?
I don't know if he's on at the moment.
Oh, okay. Val?
I appreciate the changes. I don't believe you'll see the rear because that seems very overly fenestrated, but the massing changes are good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can anybody tell me whether Stephen is on the session or not? Because if he's not, I'm just going to move forward with a motion.
Mr. Chair, I don't see him. I'll text him though.
He's having technical difficulty. He just texted me.
Okay. Well, all right.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Abby. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Mr. Pohl is in favor. That motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks. Then next up is Val with several projects. Wow, quite a few.
Okay, well, so this is all, a project all together. What I would like to request is that the 2 applications that you have listed first were actually never viewed. I mean, discussed. We pulled them after the others were discussed and made changes. So I'd like to just sort of do it in the reverse direction so that the ones that you guys looked at and talked about, we talk about first and then we move into those.
I hear what you're saying. So would you suggest starting at new dwelling at lot 2B first?
Sure.
All right.
And I also attached, I think, to each one of these applications, an extensive review packet of surrounding houses before we do our presentation so that we can familiarize ourselves with the area.
Okay, fair enough. So let me it's the same board on all of these, but the board is myself, Diane, Abby, and Carrie. Okay?
Yeah.
So go ahead, Val.
Well, I need someone on
Help.
camera here to,
Help me figure out which one I need to look at for you all first.
well, go to the end of each application. So whatever one you have, 2A is the one we're talking about first. And each one should have it attached. So go all the way past the application and the elevations. I should have probably put it first. Oh, that's upside down. Whoops.
Okay. This is 2B.
Yeah. So before we look at this, go all the way to it should be attached all the way to the end. Keep going. Okay. And scroll back a little bit. And keep going. You'll know when you're there. Keep going.
Nicky.
Yeah.
So just while she's scrolling through before I start, I think there was a little bit of confusion about the neighborhood at large. So I think there's one more, Holly, sorry, or two more. I want to go all the way to where I started.
This is sort of basically right next to
Okay, so here, one more.
Augie's, right?
It's important. So South Shore Road, this lot is getting divided into 4 lots. 2 are covenant lots and 2 are, regular lots. None of the vegetation facing South Shore Road is to be removed. The access to these lots is going to be off Blueberry. So I wanted to show what is around this building for size purposes. There was a misconception that there aren't any large structures there. And this is the immediate neighbor, which is the cement building of Augie's, whatever you call it, junkyard.
Mhm.
These are across the street, down and around the corner.
Wow. That's quite a cupola there.
Well, that's actually a barn that was made into a house, I think, or it's part barn and part house. So sorry, Holly, I wish I could scroll it so you didn't have to do it. Again, more for context so you can get a feeling for the neighborhood and the size of structures. Now, there are intermittently some smaller structures, but by and large, the neighborhood has gone for these larger basic type of homes. And this is the little, I think it might have been a 40B around the corner, which basically seemed to be, for the most part, these, like a 2-story box type of house. The immediate neighbor to the east is number 6, which is Nat Lowell's new house, which was also modular, both pieces of it. And Kinnick, 8 Folger.
Well, that's all in the development, right?
Right, but I think there was an idea that the houses were like small little houses, and they're in the same wheelhouse. So I think that was the last of it. So now, if you can go back to the beginning of this. This lot will be behind a larger home on the front lot. And it as I said, it's a covenant home, which has a shared driveway with its partner next door. And this particular house, I should have taken a picture of, was also recently built at the beginning of Friendship Lane for Joe Torme, to give you an idea of what it was really, like. So the comments were primarily about the massing and that it was a tall structure, but that's why I showed you the photos first of the immediate area. And I can't blow that up, sorry. We lowered the porch and put a beam in there to make it seem less tall. We're trying to mitigate the fact that this has a double, floor system as a modular home.
Right.
And we added a 4-light in the gable there. And I believe we lowered the height slightly by 6 inches.
And you can actually see that if you compare the window head to where the eave is on the previous versus the new, you can see that it's come down.
Right. So,
Val, are all 4 houses going to be gable facing?
no,
Okay,
nope.
okay, thanks for that, because
Hmm.
I won't say anything about that.
Yeah.
Okay. And they lined up some windows better than the prior.
Yep.
Mhm.
They did. Okay. Thank you, Val Oliver. Let's put it to
Sure.
the board now, okay? So, folks, again, we're reviewing item number 6, which is lot 2B. Should I
So,
choose someone?
Mr. Chair, I'm okay with this. I think that I like the changes. I think it looks a hell of a lot better. I don't know why they seem like simple changes, but it's made a world of difference.
Well, like they added a little
The
sub
double trim,
grate underneath the gable, which I think helps a lot too.
yeah, whatever you did, Val,
Yeah.
looks a hell of a lot better. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Abby. How about you, Carrie Thornwell?
I agree. It's a
All right,
little
like
unassuming
it.
house.
Okay, Diane.
Me too.
Okay, I think we have liftoff here. Can somebody give me a motion on this one?
Yeah,
Make motion to approve.
You got 2
Diane,
motions.
Diane, you prevailed on that one. So on Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries. So that's lot 2A.
Yeah.
Now, so Val, did you want to go to,
No, that was
oh, no, I'm
2B.
sorry, that was 2B. 2B, do you want to go to lot 2A now?
Yes,
Okay.
because
very-
these are the 2 that you looked
No,
at.
I understand.
Yeah. So Sam, you're all set. Sam Herrick, good job. Okay, so this will be the larger home in front of this house you just looked at. Even though there is no connection between them, just for your reference purposes, that's how I want to describe it. They moved the house back 10 additional feet to help, screen it from the street. And it is already 60 feet from the lot line. So the house will now be 75 feet off the road. Change the windows from 6/1 to 6/6.
Yeah.
Removed the A-frame dormers that were on the east and west, which was making the building look much larger.
Correct.
And reduced the height by 6 inches, reduced the roof walk a little bit and added the posts properly. I think it was Ray, you had pointed that out rightly.
Oh, they did go continuous down, yeah.
Yeah, changed the porch from a hip to a gable.
Saw that.
The rear north elevation removed the mold windows in the attic gables and made them singles. Removed all the picture windows with different grill patterns to have a more consistent grill pattern throughout the exterior of the home. Added frieze boards to the eaves. Changed the door color to Essex green and changed the roof color to charcoal gray. So that's the changes on this
One
structure.
more time, Val.
Sorry?
Could you just do the colors one more time?
Yeah, so the roof is a charcoal gray
Got
instead
that.
of black.
Yeah.
Essex green doors and white sash.
Okay, so the trim is all white.
Well, we're asking for white, but yeah,
Okay.
it's up to you guys.
Making sure,
Yep.
okay. Is that a natural skirt if there's?
Yes, yep.
Okay. Thank you. Board members,
I'll go.
that was you, Carrie. Yes,
Yeah.
please, go
I
ahead.
think those are great improvements. It does seem smaller, although it still is very big. I noticed on the site plan that you're planning screening that would probably screen 2/3 of it from the leftover.
Yeah.
So you see through the driveway and you'll see it, but I still think the third floor gable windows are too big. They're the same size as the others, and that just seems too big. Other than that, vast improvement.
Okay.
Hey, Val, are you trying to get egress up there on the third floor?
Yeah, but what I'm thinking of as I'm looking at it is we could leave
I
the
know.
rear windows larger and the ones facing the
Hey,
street.
Diane, hang on.
If that works, that's a good idea.
Mhm.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, sorry, Ray.
No.
The ones facing the street, we could make smaller because we have ones in the rear that we could leave as
Got it. That's actually a fabulous idea. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Carrie, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I think it, well, at least it appears smaller.
It is smaller, yeah.
I mean, I actually like the previous, just because I don't know. Is it a duplex or?
It's a main house with a little accessory apartment for a mom.
Okay,
An
so
older
yeah,
mom.
because it looks a little bit like two condos, but I think Carrie's right, that third floor window should be smaller. You think that roof walk looks a little dinky up there? I think it looks a tiny bit small. It looks bigger in the previous.
Well, it was bigger.
Yeah, Abby, just I'm kind of a stickler for this, just because it happens to be a rule that's in the rule book in our guidelines, and that is that a roof walk is not supposed to occupy more than 1/3 of the length of the ridge.
Yeah.
And so you notice that the previous one did, it must have been me that brought this up, but the previous one was over 1/3, so Val scaled it back to what appears to be exactly 1/3. That's where that came from. You know, I don't necessarily, I just wanted to bring it up, but if you disagree.
It almost looks like we're looking at it from the side. It looks so small to me. I mean, I wouldn't mind if we pulled it out like a little bit. I mean, I understand the rule of thumb, but
yeah,
I think it could use a foot on either side. I don't know.
Okay. All right, well, good to hear.
Other than that, I appreciate the changes, Val.
Okay, great. Diane, it's to you.
He's muted.
Sorry. I would like to see a little bit more at the front door.
Oh, good idea. Yep.
Perhaps a rail going down or around, something to give that a good front door, as long as we've gone to all the trouble to put on a roof walk. They can have a beautiful view of Augie's, but I think it's an improvement. Is this for one person? Is this a one family house?
No.
There's a
It's a duplex, right?
in-law apartment.
Yeah.
Okay, it seems to be very equal on both sides. That's all. So I
More to
appreciate
around the
the
door.
change. I think it's good. I'm glad taking those windows out of the gable, taking the gable out is good, and I appreciate the changes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Diane. So, yeah, I think maybe with a couple of modifications here, we could do this through staff. One being reduce the size of the gable end windows
Yeah.
on the front elevation, okay? Two, getting some more meat around the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Something that says front door more than just a simple 1x4. Then what was the other thing? Oh, I certainly don't mind adding an extra foot to each side on the south elevation, I believe, of the roof walk.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my motion.
that was you, Abby, right?
Yep.
Okay. There it is, through staff, roof walk 2 feet wider total on the south elevation, frontispiece around the front door, and smaller gable end windows also on the front elevation. Through staff. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Now we're going to go back to item number 4, correct, Val?
Yep.
Same board.
And you never looked at these. We stopped after the other two to make changes before you looked at them.
Yeah. All right. So now these are the two that are actually fronting South Shore Road.
Well, no, just one does. If you look at the driveways, the two covenant.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Right. Okay. And is that the one that we're reviewing right now? That's lot 1B?
Yeah, this is the other covenant home.
Okay.
And again, keeping in the same genre as the rest of that little neighborhood that I showed you. It's a very simple structure, same stature. We pulled the eave down like we did on the other one, and it's even simpler than that one. So,
Okay. So Val?
yeah.
The front elevation, the west elevation is the one that faces South Shore Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know. Same color scheme?
This color scheme is, excuse me, let me look here quick. Oh, I am so sorry.
Okay.
I have it right in front of me. Holly, is it on? The application scanned in?
Black, us is green, white.
Sorry.
Right here.
Essex green, doors, white sash, white trim, dual black Ico shingles.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, board members.
Can I say something?
That was Abby?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the windows are too vertical. Is that what it is? They could be wider or bigger.
I think the issue, they're sort of standard size windows, but there's a lot of shingle around them, so they feel very lonely.
Yeah, they do seem lonely. It's a good word. And I was wondering, you know how you, on the second floor, you can put that up in the fascia, the window can be part of the fascia, the
Yes.
top
Yeah,
of it?
you tuck it.
Oh, did you do that?
No,
Yeah,
no.
we have a freeze board there now.
She added
Oh,
the-
okay, good, good, good. Okay, so I'm looking at the, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the old ones. Oh my God. Okay, so, idiot. They still look a little vertical, even in the new elevation, especially the first floor windows, they look a little vertical to me, which makes them seem off. Also, I'm wondering, what about if these were 6/6 windows instead of 6/1s? I always think of 6/1s as more shingle style or something, and this is more of a federal looking architecture to me. I'm wondering if 6/6 isn't more appropriate.
Okay.
So those are my thoughts, Val.
All right, thanks, Abby. Carrie?
I think this house is having the same issue as the other one, but the other one has a porch across the front, so it helps mitigate that long between the, the tops of the lower windows and the bottoms of the others. But that's adding a whole different element, which will completely change the look of it. But
Well, yeah, and we're trying to keep it as inexpensive as possible for cost purposes.
no, I think Abby's suggestions were right on. 6/6, and maybe just a tiny bit bigger windows.
A little bit wider
Yeah.
on the front.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's that? Bill C's. They'd be all the B's and C's.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
She's muted.
Diane?
No, I'm not. I don't know what's gonna
Oh,
trash this thing.
you're here now.
I think that if she wanted to, she has enough room to make the windows on the first floor A's, or what we have called in the past A's, and the windows up on the second floor as B's, making the two windows on either side of the front door larger. You have plenty of space on that wall, and I think it would be a good thing. I don't know the small windows in the next elevation, which I don't know what it is. Those windows, what are the little windows
They're a
on the
kitchen
first
and
floor
that
over the staircase?
faces away from the street.
Yeah, I think, okay. Yeah, I figured it was the kitchen. All right. It's a cute little house. I just think that when they're out there and surrounded by greenery and stuff, it's nice to have windows that you can see out of or enjoy sitting inside. So that's why I suggested the windows on the first floor of the front be larger. That's all.
On the first floor.
Yeah, at the front door, either side of the front door.
Larger width-wise?
Larger width-wise, and they could go up so that the heads were at the same level as the heads of, as the head of the front door. That would just make them a little bit larger, give them a little more presence.
I actually think that those windows do line up with the head of the front door now.
No, they're down below.
Well, that's because of the trim over the door.
Yeah.
Well, I was talking about the trim then. Never mind. I just thought they would be good to have larger than the other windows in the house. That's all.
Well, it would help with this issue of there being so much shingle space around.
Right.
Yeah. Because my own feeling is if the windows on the first floor get wider, then the windows on the second floor should really get wider too.
And they're 5 feet tall now and 32 inches wide.
All right.
That's the size of a window up in my attic.
Well, it's a 2-8 window, which is, you know, that's normal. That's a normal width. What should we do with this, folks?
Let's pass it.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with it. You know, I think that we could mince this thing into tiny pieces, but it's off the road and vegetated and all that. So
How about 6/6 is
yeah.
one size larger on the bottom and the uppers match? And did anybody say anything else?
Just on the front.
Just on the front. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you okay with all that? 6/6, Val?
Yep.
Okay. So why don't we so that's your motion, right, Abby?
Yeah.
Okay, on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, one more, actually one more here, and then Val has another one, Canterbury.
Yeah.
So now we're gonna go to lot 1A, 20A South Shore.
Which has its driveway off of Blueberry or Bayberry, whatever that is, that street.
Blueberry, yeah.
Yeah.
Blueberry.
Okay, you actually never looked at this one, but I did have them put on there the previous, their previous, what they were going to approve, and then what we fixed based on the others' comments. So the front elevation, which is south, they lowered that whole wing down so it looked more additive as opposed to almost, you know, all the way across. Added a larger window in the gable, but maybe we want to go back to the smaller window. I don't know. Instead of a hipped roof on the front porch to the left of the door, we just brought it over. Seemed like it worked better that way. And then downsized the dormer on the front as well to just 2 smaller windows as opposed to what was previously intended.
Okay.
And then some modifications, moving windows and doors and changing sizes, reducing from 2 in the gable to 1 on the left, dropping the wing on the right.
Same
And
colors here, Val, right?
what's that?
Same color scheme.
Actually, I think this one's different. And it is black sash instead of white trim, either gray or natural to weather. I think we're leaning toward natural to weather.
Okay.
And black roof.
Okay.
And originally it said a Hamilton blue door, but with the black sash and the natural to weather trim, I think we'll just stick with black for now. And if decide to change it, come back for another color.
Blue wouldn't really work.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Folks, what do you think?
Do we see the front elevation, please? Yeah, there's something hotelish about this with the repetitive windows. And I don't know how, you know, to get that constant repetition of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 windows, top and bottom. I don't know how to break that up.
Well, so can I interrupt you, Abby? Usually what's happening, and it happens on older Nantucket houses all the time, is rather than them all being equally spaced, you have like 2 that are closer together, and you have like, it essentially creates like these bays, you know, where it's like the rhythm isn't constant all the way across, and that helps to sort of break that all up.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Yeah, maybe the outer ones, maybe the two come together and they're a gang. I don't know how you break it up, but I think that something has to break the repetitions. I think it's the third story dormer is better than before, but it's something, I think those windows could be bigger. And the one in the gable's smaller. That's as far as I got.
Okay, but those are good comments. Thank you. Diane.
I don't know. I think Abby's absolutely right. It looks like, I don't know what it looks like. It looks like a tenement house with all those windows in the straight line. If we could drop it, I don't know how much, I don't think you have enough room to drop it down to one story and go around and back. But which street, Val, does this face? Does it face Blueberry?
Blueberry.
Blueberry.
Mm-hmm.
So you're primarily going to see the north elevation. When you go down Blueberry, you'll be looking at the west elevation. I like what she did, what she changed in the side, in the east and the west. It's just the north and the south. All the windows on the, what is it? Oh, that's previous. This is the north. There are so many mulled windows that are, I appreciate, with separate. And I appreciate changing those. I don't know. I think.
Why don't we hold this one for some
fenestration-
revisions?
That's well.
Okay.
Do you have enough? Do you
That
have
sounds
enough
good with me.
guidance?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. I
I'll
mean, I
make a
think just okay. Just for me, generally, I think that the massing and everything is pretty good. Getting rid of some of the monotony on that front facade would be helpful, but I think, generally not so bad. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for some minor revisions. On that motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. And so now we're going to move over to Canterbury Lane with the same board.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as I did in the previous, I have some photos and plot plans of the houses that are there, because there seemed to be some concern with the overall size and the size with regard to the width of the lot, and I wanted to show that that is very consistent in what's already there. So here you're looking at some aerial shots looking down, and as you see, the homes do go from, side to side out there because of, I think, by virtue of the size of the lots.
Yeah.
They're long and narrow.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops.
This is neighborhood context, right?
Correct. These are all on Canterbury. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just, I thought that was telling, looking down.
Oh.
So you can just get a feel for that. For the stature of the houses. And then I can tell you what was what changes were made. Okay. So that was an overarching concern for everybody. So I thought it was important to really see that context. So with regard, oh, it's the rear is first. Can we switch to the front maybe first? There. Yeah. So I think what really threw everyone for a loop, and I think myself included, was there was a material change, a roof material change, previously submitted for, with regard to the roof, so that, you know, one roof was a wood shingle, then it was a different type of shingle on the sloping part of the roof, and then it got too confusing. So now it's all consistently red cedar. And as you can see, that just by virtue of that from the previous submission, which unfortunately is really small, I'm sorry, it just calmed it down so much just to make that more consistent. We changed the roof walk to have the poles running through. That was a little bit of a glitch there. On the front elevation to the right of the main gable, there's a little interim mass there, and it had a dormer that was kind of squeezed into the corner. The dormer has been eliminated. The mass on the left has been dropped by dropping both floor heights. And on the right, instead of making an exact duplicate, we changed it so that it has a different mass. It's more, you know, like a story and a half with a dormer. Overall, if you start going around the building to the left, the fenestration was reduced. Oh, and significantly, there was a lot of comment about the front door. There had been a whole bunch of panels of glass. We've just got a simple door now and 2 windows.
Like this.
And
What do you mean? I don't know. You have some live.
Okay.
you can keep scrolling, Holly, if you want, to the rear elevation. Thank you. Overall, as I said, the 2 wings changed, they lowered, reduced from having doors all across the rear to now on the first floor, there's just windows. And there were 4 windows in that little bay on the second floor. Now there's 3. Simplified the roof walk. And then finally on the right elevation, again, everything was just simplified more. Less windows, dropped heights, etc.
Okay. Thanks.
Chair,
Yes.
I do have sconset advisory comments.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So there was a comment about having a chimney would be nice. That you really shouldn't have a roof walk without a chimney. At least that's historically accurate. There was notated that this house is an upside down house. That's why it's designed the way it is. The left second mast is not appropriate. The sliders were not appropriate. There's a comment about being very boastful. They did appreciate the context, so thank you for including that. And I think that's also been notated with other applications and also mentioned throughout their advisory board meetings, that you all are requesting that more and more, which is good. The widow's walk, was not appreciated. There was a comment about separate the 3 windows on the second floor gable. Roof details should have a smaller roof walk breaks up the roof line, so that was appreciated. The front door didn't look right, but preferred this design from the previous submission, and those are their comments.
Okay, thank you. Board members. Abby?
What is the pane configuration?
Oh, it's
Oh.
really super light. It's
I
6.
know, right?
Yeah.
It's what?
I think it's 6/6.
Okay.
Whoa,
There's
whoa,
6
no,
over
no,
6
no,
and there's
sorry. It's
4
9
over
over
4.
what?
There's a variety. There's 6 over, there's,
Well, no, it's 9/9 or 9/1. That's a really good point because it's super hard to tell.
I know, and I thought we fixed that when they sent this one.
Hmm.
Well, I think I was afraid it was 1/1. So
No,
all
no.
right. Can I go on?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair?
please
Okay.
do.
So
Go ahead.
I don't know if I can, but I missed the it's almost like there are bits of different architecture going on here, and I can't quite put my finger on it. But you've got the gambrel at the front door, and then it goes to the sides, and that looks like one architecture, and then the wings with the cottage corners
Yeah.
look like something else. So you know, I pick a style and stick with it. I kind of miss the little window on that left side on that one tier of roof.
The dormer?
Yeah, I kind of miss that.
Okay.
I still think that I think you could use whatchamacallits on either side of the front door. Not, what are they called? Windows.
Side lights.
Side lights, thank you.
Highlights.
And at first I thought those windows in the second floor should be larger, but I think if these had panes in them, this would look a lot better. So I think maybe, I mean, if I had a better imagination, I could put them in myself, but
I'm sorry. I don't know what the problem is.
not to
When-
worry.
Yeah.
That's my, oh yeah, what the heck on the proposed right elevation there? That strange gambrel there? What is that?
Well, it was a hip,
Okay.
and now it's more of a
Gambrel.
gambrel.
Detail at the end is funny with the little.
Yeah,
roof
it
behind.
almost looks like something like a silo on a farm. I think the gambrel from this angle really works behind it, but the closest elevation with the two windows, that's a little too funky for me. Okay, that's it for me.
Okay. Carrie, why don't you continue?
Okay, on the front elevation, I'm in agreement with Abby in terms of the two side pieces. They're not speaking to each other, and I understand they used to be the same, and I get why you stopped that. But I'm wondering if on the left, instead of having a hip, you just extend the little slice. So it's not trying to be symmetrical, but not being symmetrical overall. So you have your
Wait,
main
say that again?
well, you have your main mass with your central gambrel face forward, and then to the left, maybe just extend that lower mast gambrel instead of having the extra small pop out. So the roof can continue at a lower ridge height.
Yeah.
So you don't have two side pieces. Huh?
Can you say that again?
Well, the fact that there's two pieces on either side of this that are very different, I'm hoping to see the left side, maybe just an extension of that middle slice of roof, to not have the hip, but just extend that left roof over, hopefully a little lower even the ridge of that left piece. But I don't know, it's just.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Get rid of that hip and extend the gambrel over so you're not adding a new kind of roof, and then work the right hand, the right side piece. Maybe that can go back to the hip. But it's sort of an awkward non-symmetry that's happening here, but it's sort of, I don't know, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
My main beef right now.
All right, thank you. Diane? Diane?
I don't know why it keeps getting muted. There. I said, if you extended the little hip roof on the left-hand side of the front elevation and took it right over to the main mass and reduce that roof that goes from one window right up to the roof, but keep the roof the same level as the roof on the left, I think it would be better. It would give you a drop and give you not an extended eave line. I think on the other side, the little rocket there with only one window, I think has to be, I don't know, 2 windows on the second floor. Can I go down to that elevation, please? No, I need the east. All right, there it is. The right elevation. That thing needs a window in the middle on the second floor, or 2 windows, one above the other. It is our typical rocket, and I think we could do away with it. So that is what I would suggest, to try and get some. I don't know why that rocket needs to be up so high, why its roof can't come down and sit on those 2 windows, which would give us a 1-story addition, which would be good. So
Okay. Good?
That's what I got to say for the moment.
Okay, thanks. Could we go back to the front elevation? I'm gonna be really quick here. Okay, I do not like the piece between the hipped roof on the left-hand side and the main gambrel. That little step down is just inconsequential and doesn't fit with anything.
Okay.
I don't know how you resolve it, but it would be kind of great if you could just have the hip roof come over. Then I don't like, as Carrie pointed out earlier, the little silo-esque gambrel on the right-hand side, not the hip, the gambrel on the other side.
Yeah.
There, I think we all agree that's not so great. And there was just one other thing. And what was it? Doesn't matter. Those were the important things. Oh, it was the front door. Just getting more something around the front door. That's always this like 1x4 casing around the front door. It needs to have some more
trim. So
Yeah,
really, it's the wings
yeah.
and the front door.
For me, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Summed it up.
Yeah, and put in the window panes.
Oh, yeah. That's
Definitely
really
need
super important.
send it so
We
it
need to know
doesn't
what we're
print this
approving.
way. Yeah.
Okay. Motion, please.
Hold for revisions.
Thanks, Abby. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, Ray Paul, aye. Diane? There's
Aye.
Diane. Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Thanks. And now we're to
I'm
45.
gonna step out for a second with the dog.
Yeah, that's fine. The next one is not you anyway, so.
Okay.
Go ahead. This is just 3 of us, myself, Diane, and Stephen.
Is Stephen back?
Oh, actually, well,
Yeah.
whoa, okay. It does say Mullen Camp.
Oh, 45 West.
Did I just get myself into a problem here? 45 Westchester Shed? Wait a minute, don't go away yet, Abby.
I'm here.
Although, you're
Then she's got
you're chairing the next two. So let's try, what do we do here? Well, maybe we just have to take a break.
Oh, yeah, I just have to take her out for, give me 10 minutes.
Do we still have, shucks, Nancy?
Or do you want to put mine, can you put mine off for 20 minutes?
Well,
Or, no, I guess you can't do that.
no.
No, okay.
We're running out of time. Is
Yeah.
Nancy on the phone? Is Nancy on the phone?
Nancy's there. She's
Okay.
the call in.
Okay, can we see what's going on? Because I want to know whether we have to keep Abby on this to get any movement on it. This is the one that's behind the hedge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, Abby, because you're chairing the next two, we'll just have to take a little break. Because they can't go anywhere, or maybe we'll go down to item 12 while you're walking your dog. Okay, so here it is. Nancy? Oh, brother. Do we have no representation on this?
This is a simple shed.
I've asked her to
Can't we
unmute.
just
She's
approve?
not.
She's not on, Mr. Chair.
She's not on.
Well, her phone is on and I'm asking her to unmute and she's not unmuting. So I don't.
We can't spend too much time here. It's already after 8.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Can't we?
we reviewed this. I'm really tempted to ask that we add a 3 and out rule to our agendas, but on this one, the changes have been made as were requested, and I'd like to make a motion to approve it subject to a correction to the application.
Let me make sure I understand. So you're making a motion to approve this subject to what, Stephen?
A correction to the application.
What would the correction be, just so I know?
The application says the ridge is 11.6. The drawings show it as 10'6".
Got it. Okay. That's certainly fair. Okay, so you have made a motion. On that motion, Diane?
Yes, I
Okay,
suggest that
great.
we
Yeah,
do it.
okay, fine.
Very simple.
Abby, if you're still.
I'm a nay.
You're a nay. Okay, Stephen?
Aye.
All right, and the chair's in favor. So that motion carries 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Now, so Abby, why don't you go walk your dog? And we're gonna go to item number 12, which does not feature Abby, but the 2 prior do feature Abby as the chair. So we want to get back to those. Do we need a motion to move to?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is to hold items 10 and 11 until Abby gets back. On that motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Aye.
Okay, and Val, why don't we include you?
Aye.
All right, and the chair's in favor, so the motion carries. So let's move to item number 12 until Abby gets back. 69 Surfside. Matt, you're on board, right? Matt or somebody.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so your board on this, Matthew, is Diane, Val, Carrie, and Steve, and myself. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so let's go.
Just jump right into it. So we revised the building. This is a storage facility.
Yep.
I think you went and looked at it. We got rid of the gambrel roof.
That was nice, thank you.
Yeah, and so trying to keep it pretty straightforward. The secondary mast, we also changed to a gable as well. So
good.
We also made a break in the overall length, and you can see on this elevation, we kind of divided it into, we kind of added that secondary section break. So we actually stepped the footprint of the building in a bit so that we were trying to just break up the mass because that was some of the feedback that we received. So with that, I look forward to the comments from the board.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I see, it was all one continuous ridge before. All right. Board members, Val?
I appreciate the changes and the consistency in the roof pitches. The cupola is still not working for me. It's just, there's something about it that's just not right. I don't know if it's a proportion or what, but I did go and view this again today before the meeting from both Celtic Drive and Surfside Drive. And this is really, while it is out of scale, I think for the neighborhood, you can't see it from the road. So the poor neighbors have to look at it, but I think from our purview, it's okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Val. Carrie?
I totally appreciate the changes. I still wish the right-hand mast could drop a little bit, maybe not in width, but maybe you can just drop the plate height to break the eave line all the way across on the long end. If you look at the long ends.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, that would be something we could do, is just drop that plate by like.
Just that left piece
or
of
something.
it. Yeah.
What are we talking, Carrie?
Huh?
What sort of,
Just
how
to
much?
that long eave line, maybe somewhere between the two, the right
Okay, all
mast
right.
and the somewhere
Matt,
between
can you
there.
handle that?
Sure.
All right, great. Carrie, anything else?
The cupola doesn't bug me. It's a big cupola on a big building.
It seems so dinky.
Maybe the roof pitch of it needs to be a little taller.
Mhm.
The roof pitch of the actual cupola, somewhere between those two.
Yeah, I agree with that one.
Yeah.
That is that it?
Maybe it's
Carrie?
in,
Yeah, that's it.
All right, Diane, did I just hear you on?
yeah, on the
Excuse me.
cupola, instead of having the overhang and the windows in, have it come straight down. It will give it more facade there, and it won't look so dinky. See how much it overhangs
Oh, you're talking
on
about
both
the
sides?
the eave overhang, Diane?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure, so pull that back. Yeah, I can do that.
have it come back out, and it will look squarer than coming in like that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to see the left-hand side, west side, dropped enough. What is being stored on the inside?
General, it's just general storage, Diane. So it's a moving company and just general storage, like
Not
household
too
goods.
much detail on that. That's not relevant.
So it's just, they could afford to lose a foot or two on the left-hand side, then there's no residence up there.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would like to see that roof line.
That, Diane. He's willing to drop that plate down on the left-hand side.
Okay, well, that's all I was asking.
Yeah.
I wasn't asking.
Well,
for-
I think that's a good idea. Okay.
Okay, so that's it. And
All right,
fix-
thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think when we say drop the plate down, are we talking, what elevation are we talking about?
Okay, so if you're looking at the east elevation, see how the ridge line is ever so slightly less than the main ridge on the left-hand side? Carrie's suggesting just dropping the whole plate down there so that it's in between the high plate and the low plate on the right-hand side, so that we're getting more differential between the ridge of the main mass and the one to the left of it. That's what he's suggesting.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification. I definitely think that will help. There's no question that this is going to be viewed from the street. And I think these windows are tiny. There's not a window schedule that I saw. And just scaling them off the width of the door, the double hungs are like 3'6", and the smaller 6 light are under 2 by 2.
3'6" high?
I think it does a disservice to the facade. It makes it look so much larger than it actually is. And I think that creates a perception of scale that is really out of character with not only the neighborhood, but any architecture on the island. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say I could change the second floor windows to the larger 6/6. Again, because it's a storage building, the windows actually are kind of a nuisance, but so that's why we're trying to minimize the scale on the second floor. But if you felt that they'd be better served with larger windows, second floor, happy to do that.
Well, I want to be clear. So Stephen, were you suggesting not just the second floor, but the first floor too?
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 windows on a structure that's what, the better part of,
No, I know. Yeah.
I can't read the scale here, but it's
Big.
83 feet long, and it's got 5 windows across the front. I think making the fenestrations in better proportion to the elevations would do a lot for the character of the structure.
We can add more fenestration, so I can look at that.
Just to be clear, through Mr. Chair, I think it's not necessarily adding more so much as better proportionate size. That's all.
So Matt, I think we could get this off the table, and Curran, I'm sure would appreciate that. If we could just make these windows larger, not add more, but just make the ones that you have there already larger.
I can certainly do that. And
okay, all right. Well, that would be mighty fine.
Can I just ask a quick question? For example, when I say larger, maintain this 6 light on the second floor and 6/6 on the first floor, but just increase the size, or theoretically go to 6/6 on the second floor?
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's very much an industrial kind of barn, like a New England barn, stark and out there. And I'd like the 6 light windows on the second floor. I think that seems typical.
So why don't,
I think they could get everything could get a little bigger.
Okay.
Right. Are you okay with that, Stephen?
Yeah, that's actually what I'm suggesting.
Okay, then very good. I think we're
Gary.
ready to go on this one then. Okay, so it sounds like we have 2 substantive, well, actually 3 substantive changes. One is on the east elevation, drop the eave so that it's midway between the high eave on the main gable and the low eave to the right. That was item number 1. Item number 2 is increase the width and height of all of the windows in their existing locations, and to reduce the eave overhang and increase the pitch on the cupola. Those I believe captured everything, all the concerns, I think.
I think they did.
Okay, can somebody make a motion like that?
Motion to approve as suggested, the cupola, the left-hand wing, and the size of the windows being increased.
Okay, that'll do. Thank you very much, Diane. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Ray? Aye. Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and let's see, is Abby back?
Yeah.
Okay, so Abby, are you, now we would go back to item 10 and 11, which are 10 Beach Street, the board being Abby as chair, Val, and Stephen. And there's 2 applications. Did you just leave, Abby? She left.
What? Are you there?
Elusive little sucker, isn't she?
She's so elusive.
What?
Oh, there she is. Okay. So Abby, you have the gavel.
Okay, go.
I'm
Right.
muting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just jump right into it. I know you're familiar with this project. The last time this was heard, you'd asked for a number of changes, which we've made. I would start on A201. And we've omitted and I think drawing 1, which is the north elevation, you had requested that we reduce omit the outdoor shower, which we've done. I'm not going to regurgitate all the changes that we've made previously, and the clouding demonstrates that. We also dropped the plate height by 6 inches. And so we lowered the building overall height by 6 inches. So it is 23 feet now. We did look at breaking up on the west elevation that one dormer into two dormers, which is something had not been mentioned prior in all of our meetings. But we did look at that, and it essentially renders the second floor pretty much unusable. So we did look at it. I don't think it's an oversized house. There's some simplicity to it. So just want to know that we did look at that. I believe we did submit, it was after the deadline because we actually had less than 24 hours to get these revisions in. But we did provide a building section, which I think Stephen had requested. And just for what it's worth, the owner actually went through and made a chart. And this was a comment that Stephen had brought up, which we wanted to just look into. And just in terms of the total square footage of these homes and where this structure fit into the Codfish Park area. And it was just a chart, a bar chart, but it just shows that we pretty much fall pretty much right in the middle in terms of the size of this structure, total square footage of this dwelling compared to all the homes in Codfish Park. Again, with the information available to them, they went through and made this chart. So I just wanted to point that out. Having said all that, I look forward to the board's comments, and I really hope that we're there because we really have done everything you requested. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Matt. So Val, you're on this, right?
Yep.
Or would you like to comment on the changes?
I appreciate the changes. I appreciate the changes.
Oh, good, good. And Stephen?
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I don't know that the square footage of the dwelling was ever in question. I think it's still too tall. 8-foot ceilings on both floors, and at least 2 by 10 or 2 by 12 flooring system between the first and second floor. It's just too much for Codfish Park. Thank you.
Okay, who is it? Just the three of us?
I think so.
It is.
There's no Diane?
We're down to 3.
Down to 3. So I appreciate the changes too. What do we want to do with this?
How tall is it now? I
20
can't
feet.
see.
23 feet. And we also, Stephen, we are doing a mud sill. And again, it's not like a 9-foot ceiling. We literally have done everything we can to actually drop that height as much as possible. So I don't know how much lower we could go. I just don't think we can. In fact, actually this last little tweak kind of screwed up our stairs a little bit, but anyways, I just hope you know that we've made literally every possible effort. And again, I just don't feel that this is out of scale really, but again, I respect the board's opinion.
So, Madam Chair, I don't want to go back and forth, but with 7'6" ceilings, this could be dropped a foot.
I just feel like 7'6" is so short, but.
So it's Codfish Park. It's not anywhere else on the island.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, if this house were anywhere else, Matt, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
No, I understand that, Stephen. I really respect your opinion. So
I mean, seriously,
So if we drop the, I just don't know if I could do that. Anyways, I'd love some kind of a motion.
Yeah, we only have 2. So you were going to say if you dropped what? The top 7'6"?
My question, Stephen, how would I do? I mean, again, 7'6", I don't know if I can get the approval for that on the spot here, but how would you do that? You know, we could go with, I guess, a thinner floor system instead of a 2 by 10. I guess that's one way to shave a little bit out of it.
well, I mean, I think I would just suggest that for Codfish Park, keep in mind, I'm talking about Codfish Park, 8-foot ceilings could be dropped to 7'6". On your stair, you'd lose the necessity for, basically a riser and a half, depending on how you worked out your floor system, 2 risers. So it actually alleviates some stress on your stair system, which probably are within a dormer chase in any event. And the structure's at 22 feet. You basically, if you drop your ceilings 6 inches on each floor, you can drop the ridge a foot. And it provides a height that is just much more in keeping, but still much taller than many of the homes on the side streets, not Codfish Park Road. Cuckoo's Nest is, to correct a comment prior that I'd made, is an abutting property. The point I was trying to make is that that is on Codfish Park Road, whereas this and the smaller homes are on the side streets. So I think reflecting a shorter height on the side streets is an important element, protecting the historic character and setting of that area, because they're all very small, or most of them are very small in terms of height. And again, the square footage was never a comment or a question that I had, other than if it needed to be reduced with respect to reducing the height to maintain a proportionality. So in summary, I think 7'6" ceilings drops the structure a foot. It gets it down to 22 feet. And I think that that's acceptable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, I mean, if that's what it's going to take, then I'll work to do that. I would just ask that, you know, like I said, just based on what I know, I don't have full approval to do that, but I think I can definitely probably shave another 6 inches out of it somewhere. Maybe even change the roof pitch. Maybe go with a shallower floor system, maybe take, maybe go below 8 feet. So I think there's a combination of things that I could do. And if that's what it's going to take to get the approval, then, I would be willing to do that. I'm sure, we spent so much time on this and I appreciate everyone's input. But if that's what it's going to take, then I'd be willing to do that, Madam Chair.
Yeah, well, so what,
I have a question for Steve. Sorry. Steve.
Yeah.
If we said to him, we could approve this at 22 feet and how he takes it out is up to him, would that work for you?
I can definitely. I actually been communicating with ownership and they would agree to drop it to 22 feet. And I can submit that through staff. And that would be a combination of things.
Yeah, I think the cleanest solution would be, Matt, sorry, but in response, Val, for you, Madam Chair, I think the cleanest solution for all of us would just be to reduce the structure by a foot without changing the roof pitches. And if Matt decides he wants to take, he wants to add 2x8s on 12 inches on center between the first floor and the second floor with tongue and groove on a diagonal in order to get 3 or 4 inches and keep ceiling heights, I don't really care about that. What I think is appropriate is that the structure without changing the roof pitches would be, the ridge height would be no more than 22 feet.
I could do that.
That's where I would fall on it. So I would make a motion to approve as submitted, subject to a reduction without changing the ridge heights, a reduction in height to 22 feet.
The roof pitch.
The roof pitch, not the.
Without changing the roof pitch. Pitches.
Val, are you in favor of that motion?
Yes, aye.
Steve, are you in favor of your own motion? Are you in favor of your own motion?
Yes.
Yes, and so am I. I think we have a winner here.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. I know that was a very, very long road. And
yes, but it looks great. I appreciate your work on it. I think it looks good.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you. That was I think that was the longest one I've ever done, to be honest with you.
Well,
we
COVID
can
didn't
extend
help
it if you want
her
to.
either.
I know. COVID didn't help. COVID hasn't helped anything.
No.
Well, except maybe family time.
Hey, Madam Chair.
Yes. You mean me?
Yes, you.
Yes.
One more.
There is a second application, right? For the partial.
Yeah, for the
swimming pool.
No,
for the partial demo.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. We have to do the demo.
It's a partial.
Yeah.
It's a partial demo, and I think the board had requested it to we are documenting this the portion of the building that we're keeping.
Absolutely. Yeah. So could we have a motion on that though, that includes the documentation of the house and that it's a partial demo? Do I hear that motion?
Come on.
Is it a partial demo?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're retaining the facade, the front 3 feet of the building, and that is integrated into the design.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the partial demo
And the documentation of
and the
house.
documentation.
Yeah, okay. Stephen?
Yes. Can I just get clarification on the documentation? We've got currently in front of us a set of drawings that are the site plan and images. And I think it would be appropriate to include a floor plan indicating what's being retained, what's not, for the state, you know, not only for construction, but posterity and going forward.
Yeah, we can.
You can do that, Matt?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we had planned to do that, assuming that the motion was carried. So we certainly plan to do that.
Okay, good. All in favor of Stephen's motion, Val?
It's Val's motion.
It's my motion.
Well, then, Steve.
Aye.
Aye.
And
Thanks,
Steve?
John.
John's not on it, is he?
That's
Aye.
okay. We'll take all we can get. Steve?
Yep, aye.
And I'm an aye. So that passes.
All right, great. Thank you. Whew. Got a
Okay. Okay, thanks. I'm here. I'm just plugging in my computer. I'm on low battery now, but we're at 32 North Liberty. Board, myself, Diane, Val, Stephen. Okay.
I can jump right in, Mr. Chair.
Please do. Go ahead.
You had reviewed this previously. We had done a pretty significant redesign. The primary comments were to alter the pitch on the gambrel roof, which is on sheet A 2.2. I think it's probably the most significant change. We did the absolute best we could with that, but we did change proportion based on your comments. On drawing 2 in the south elevation, I think there was pretty consistent support for maintaining that existing bay, even though it wasn't original to the original structure, but that bay is back in its original form. And then finally, Diane, you had asked on the north elevation for us to pull the second floor windows apart in the new dormer. So that would be on the sheet above this, Holly. It's a really minor change. We just pulled the 2 windows apart. There you go. And those are the extent of the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Matt. I really like the change, that subtle but important change to the gambrel angle. But I'll wait. I'll hold that comment until the end.
Here, I do have
Oh,
HSAC
yes,
comments.
please, go ahead. Yes.
So they were appreciative of retaining that bay window. So thank you, Matt, on that. There's still some mixed conversation about the whole gambrel in general. I don't think that they concurred, but that was just their opinion. That a straight gable instead. But on the south elevation, I'll go to that south elevation, which is what you see when you're going down North Liberty Street towards Westchester, with these French doors that flank that exterior chimney. There was a conversation of sorry, I'm lost on here. That was a just overall concern on that. That the north should have 12 light panels. The panes seem to be too small.
Can we go to the north?
North, yeah, I'm going to the north.
Say that again, the north.
Oh,
Do
I
you mean
get
the
it.
south?
I think on
No.
the door, I think smaller panes, that's basically.
Yes,
Oh,
in that door.
yeah, that will, in the
Yes.
door, definitely, yes.
Yes. And then there was a conversation about having that exterior chimney, which I understand why, but the chimney should be inside, on the west gable end. Where are we? This one right here. And there was a conversation about lowering the ridge of the L. But and I really don't like this, but that's up to you all, of having the chimney being flanked by the dormers. But anyway, those are some comments. I would do want to notate, and Matt, this is for you. I know you weren't able to attend HSAB, but I think the comments overall have been somewhat consistent, but at the same time too, that there have been not a consistency with their review of the application. So I just wanted to notate that, but I think overall it's always been a good direction with what you've received from them. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just point out one thing, and Holly brought it up, which I think was a good point, is we got approval to demolish this existing shed that's on that property. We're actually going to be coming back to you to keep it, but to reduce about a foot of length of it, because when we take off a foot of length of that existing structure, it will be a 200 square foot zoning shed. And the intent is to, use it as a screening, if you will, of that rear L. Again, I know that's not the most common structure, but I think that somehow it works. We looked at a bunch of different angles. And so I just want to say that we will be back before you for this to maintain that shed. We do have to alter it, but I do think it's going to block any visibility of that rear L.
Completely? No.
I don't know about completely. I think by the time we get vegetation in there, if you look at the site plan, you can actually see the existing location.
All right. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Okay. Right. Okay. Board members, did I identify who the board was on this yet?
Yes, I'm not on it.
No.
The board on this is Diane, Val, and Stephen, and myself. So,
Okay, I'll go if you like.
all right, that would be great. Thank you, Diane.
One thing that I would just like to say as a general thing is the feeling that old chimneys are not ever on the outside is not true. There are many houses, if you drive around downtown, old historic district, where you will see the chimneys on the outside, particularly if you come out of Mill Street and look at directly ahead of you, there is a chimney on the outside. The house was, I believe, built in 1850. So that's not necessarily true. I find this chimney, and I hate chimneys. So
Yeah, right.
I find it good there. I don't find it as a bad thing. I don't know whether going through the two windows on either side is something that I am thrilled about, but I think the chimney is a good factor. My one feeling is on the west elevation. Has that eave gone all the way up to the peak of the main
Yes.
roof there?
It's pretty darn
It
close.
has.
It's not any higher, obviously, but that existing structure ceiling height is so low, and the ridge height is so incredibly small. That's really why we went with a gambrel, is to try and get the most most height that we can out of it. So, and I don't think you're really ever going to see that relationship.
Okay, and I've got the west elevation up. Can I have another elevation just to check it out, please? I got all the wests. Okay, there's the chimney. It's on the south elevation. There has been a question of having the chimney go up between the windows. I, because I feel strongly and look all the time about where chimneys go and where they are sited, I don't have a problem with it. I would probably suspect that there was only one fire hearth, which is on the first floor, and the rest was going up. But I'd rather see the chimney than a reduction in the windows, and the French doors below do not bother me. I'm glad the bay is remaining, and I guess, do we have an east elevation? There it is, and that's where you need the height on the north elevation, right, Matt, to go up
Yeah.
and give you that second floor.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's all. I don't have a problem with at the moment. Getting a little late and cross-eyed. I don't have a problem with the rest of the stuff, and thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Val?
I appreciate the changes, Matt. Thanks. I think it looks great. I even appreciate the change in the gambrel. I just think from your previous iteration, it's a more pleasing
Weird, yeah, it's very subtle.
portion.
Only a couple inches, crazy.
The one thing that is a little bit of a sticking point is the chimney configuration. It just seems a little bit off to me, but I agree, when you put the shed there and there's some landscaping, we probably won't see that. So that's it.
I like it.
You like it?
Kind of quirky.
Diane?
I'm a chimney expert.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Matt, yeah, good on the changes. I think just real quick, the gambrel is large for the structure, but I think it does tell the story well. It's a clear change between the historic structure and this new addition, but the language between it's simple massing and roof lines, so that the language between the existing structure and in particular that bay window translate over to the gambrel. So I think that that's good. The door heights I am concerned about. I think these 7-foot doors on the new structure should be the same 6'8" as the existing structure. It's a subtlety, but it's an oddity that you'll pick up when you see those doors. And I think those 4 inches on the south elevation will make a big difference given the overall fenestration or the ratio of door fenestration to wall. On the brick, on the chimney, I think it says red brick in the application. I think that should indicate, no questions on your aesthetic, but I think that should be indicated in the application, that it will either match or it will be an antique brick. And I want to be really clear that I think any motion that I would vote to approve will include that any indication of demo of the bay window and the plan views would be removed from the approved drawings, because there are several locations where, and I'm not suggesting anything here, but just for the sake of clarity in the approval, that there would be no indication that the bay would be demoed.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Steve. And so I have nothing to add. So Stephen, you sort of had the most conditions. Do you want to try a motion? And actually, I will add one very tiny thing just so that it doesn't escape our notice. That observation of 8 slabs on the French door on the north elevation that's only got 9 panes and it should really have 12. Yeah, that one. If that could be included. Anyway,
Okay,
would that be all right?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it, Mr. Chair. So motion approved through staff with the 9-light French door on the north elevation to be a 12-light. The brick on the application to indicate either to match existing or to be antique. The new doors to match the height of the existing doors, and any reference to demolition of the bay to be removed from the approved drawings.
Okay, thanks. That's Stephen's motion. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
All right, Stephen,
Aye.
and Ray's in favor, so the motion carries. Okay, how about 14 Easy Street? Well, we're actually doing better than I thought we would be. We're having a Thursday meeting. We'll be able to pick up some of these new business items then. Let's continue for now.
They're
So
old new.
14 Easy Street.
I'll just jump right in, Mr. Chair. So I think if we go to sheet A2.1, and I think there was some confusion previously in terms of what there was actually a previous approval, but they never actually put those French doors in. So it's kind of irrelevant. So, it's really just a matter of going from 3 bifold doors on the second floor to sliders. And the reason being is the weather. They're having a really difficult time keeping a solid seal on their LePage doors, and so they're really high quality, but they're still having a lot of difficulty with a lot of the driving rain. And so this is why it's a request for 4 as opposed to 3, and they are sliders. So it's really just it's a weather issue, it's a water seal issue, and ownership wanted me to convey that.
Can I just say one thing, Matthew?
Sure.
That you're not going to want to hear.
Probably not.
Yeah. You can always have 2 stationary sliding with 1 operable slider in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Good solution, Mr. Chair.
You know what? Can I?
Look, I get the whole thing about a slider is definitely more weatherproof. Yes, that is very true. But so anyway.
Can I, in the interest of expediting, is it okay if I could hold this application so that I could talk with the owner and review options?
I don't think anyone would object to that, Matt. You haven't heard from everybody, but
that's true too. Sorry, I just figured that's.
You just heard from me. I just wanted to make the point that you don't necessarily have to have 4 leaves to have a slider. Necessarily.
It's a great point.
Okay, so do you want to hear from the other members, Matthew?
Sure, if that makes sense. Like I said, I was just trying to be
Here we are.
conscientious.
Okay,
I'll
go
say.
ahead. Go ahead, Diane. Diane?
14 I'm going.
Yeah, okay.
14 Easy Street is in an old historic district. And this building has been picked at for the last 5 years. I would like to keep the windows on the second floor. I don't care. It's not our purview to wonder whether they leak or not. But to keep the building looking somewhat like it used to look would be neat. I think it's important. Easy Street is becoming a much more traveled, visible street, and it involves other projects that are around the corner. So I would like to see it stay as close as it did to a building in the old historic district. And that involves those windows. Now they've gone from 3 to 4. Pretty soon they'll be all across the whole thing. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane. Let's see, Abby?
I liked your idea.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks. Is that it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Val?
I also think, I think more than it being 4 doors is it's yet another pane configuration introduced on the front of this building where the 3 pane doors the pane sizes seem consistent with everything else on the facade. So in addition to the wider width, it for me, it's a disconnect with the style. So I agree. I'd like to see Matt come up with something that would revolve around the 3.
Okay, thank you. Carrie, you're on this.
I am in complete agreement with how Val put it.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair.
oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. But I think you all are around the same. That basically they agreed that the 3 doors were better than the 4. They don't agree with a slider. That the swinging is more appropriate in the old historic district.
Okay.
Those are their comments.
Thank you. Can somebody give me a motion on this? And Matt, it probably sounds like you want to talk to your client anyway, right?
Yes.
I would make a motion to see for revisions and reduce the 4 windows back to the 3. Let's say it right.
Oh, so that's a through staff kind of thing?
Yeah, through staff. Sorry.
Well, hang on. Okay, I appreciate that, but Matt, do you want to be able to discuss the options that we've just talked about here with your owner and come back to us?
I would, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Diane, could we just have a motion for revisions to allow Matt to kind of figure out?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely. Just motion for revisions.
All right, that's great. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Matt. We'll have a nice night.
Thank you.
Don't forget to vote.
I will not.
Okay.
I won't forget to mute it either.
Yeah, thanks,
Oh,
Matt.
wow. No, don't mute. It's more entertaining if you don't mute.
I'm not gonna make that mistake again. Thank you and good night.
Night. Okay, so Brooke, see
Yes,
you're
sir.
on board. Now, okay, folks, everybody who's there in the queue, Brooke has the next 2 applications, and that is definitely all we're going to be able to get through at the most tonight. So the rest of this is going to get carried over to Thursday's agenda, which I believe is at 1 o'clock on Thursday. Okay, so with that, Brooke, you want to tell us where we are with 38 Prospect, the dwelling?
Yes. With respect to the main house, the prior minutes reflect that the commission was in agreement that the roof pitch should go from a 9/12 to a 10/12, and that I think that was basically, and that Diane wanted to, and Val wanted to see dimensions on this plan. And so there they are. And hopefully this will work now.
Okay. 2 things. One, do we have HSAB on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do.
All right. That first.
Sorry.
Gosh. It's the daylight savings thing. It's really 10 o'clock.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We're all suffering.
So the overall comments was about flipping the house in the main house and the guest house is an improvement, but the style was not. There's also a comment about the windows.
Wait.
The style of what?
Is what?
The architecture, they were concerned about the architecture.
Yeah, the architecture. Yeah. Sorry, I guess so many papers here from previous. The flipping of the house with the cottage is a big improvement, but this house style is not appropriate for the old historic district. Any new buildings in the area would look like they were built in the 1800s, either as a Quaker or possibly Greek Revival style. This house looks like it was designed for Surfside area, not a whole historic district. This is going to set a precedent for the rest of this development, which stretches down to the Ponyfield area. Houses in that area are very traditional old Nantucket townhouses, not of this style. This would be a highly visible site and should follow the guidelines for the old historic district. Really felt this needs to be redesigned in a more appropriate style, and those comments came from one of the members, but that was the overarching theme of their conversation.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Oh, and do we have any letters from neighbors, or am I mixing this up with the other project in the neighborhood?
We've had multiple over the last few weeks for both this one and the other one, and some of them have mixed in together, but I think you all have seen those comments.
Okay, so they're in
Kathy
the record.
yes, sir, and Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a question.
Yeah, go.
Why weren't these comments made the first time around? By the HSAB.
They were the ones who suggested to Brooke about flipping the main house and the secondary.
I do remember that.
They were.
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember this total redesign thing.
I don't know.
The overall style was always a conversation that they had, and it was indicated.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right.
Do we have, Ray,
Yes.
do we have a picture? This is a hillside going
Correct.
up from the pony farm. And on the right, you got Leprey's house. And on the left, you got the old house belonged to Marjorie Mills.
Yeah.
And coming down that hill, there was nothing. Do we have an overall picture of what houses are going into those 4 or 6 lots? So we have some idea what it will look like in total when it's done? Or are we picking them out one by one house, which makes it hard to know whether it is good with Marjorie Mills's house or Leprey's house, which is important because this just down from this is the old mill.
Yeah.
And behind that is Crowley's house and their cottage. And we should have some consistency of that whole area of the part of the top of the hill going up to the old mill, because I'm not actually sure that that's old historic district or not, but it is an old historic district. So I'd like to know if we have other pictures that Brooke has done of other houses that are going in there.
This is the first one, Diane.
I would also say that this subdivision is in and of itself difficult. In my opinion, the way it was divided is it's going to be a real challenge for any of the houses to match each other. I looked up the overall subdivision, and it would be helpful to see that. I sent it to the girls earlier. I don't know if they have access to it, but if anybody has any concerns about how this is going to play out, it's really important to look at this because it's an oddball thing.
Yeah.
It's each lot is going to have its own
really
building type on it. I mean, 23 is not going to be the same as 29, 28.
Okay. Well, okay.
I don't want them to be the same, but
Well, they
I
won't
want
be.
them.
They can't be.
Okay. So we had a similar discussion when you came in with the house move, and well, I remember part of the discussion was around the idea that on one side of the side of Prospect that's closer to town, the character of the housing there is more historic in general than the other side of Prospect Street. And so I think that Diane's comment is, well, and frankly, HSAB is more along the lines of any housing that goes in here, it doesn't all need to look the same, but it all needs to sort of fit into the context of the older houses that are already there. That's what I think.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
That's what I think.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Yes, Abby, go ahead.
So I think what bothered the architecture that's presented here. I think the gable forward makes it a more modern building, and like a Monopoly set kind of thing. And I think if it was the other way, it would have an older feel to it. And I'm talking about those little 1820 houses that you see around New Mill, and you see them before this. What is it? You see them on the right-hand side coming up to Mill. They're just, and you see them back to back. There are many of them that are the same, but they all have a gable not facing forward. I don't know what you call that.
It's called an eave forward. Now, Abby, I appreciate those comments, and I just realized you're not actually on this application.
Oh,
but we won't strike those comments. I think
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. It's good to hear from a member of the public every now and again. So, but I would like to hear from, let's see, so Val's on it. Val, you started to say a few things, but I'd like to hear more. Carrie, you're on it, and Stephen, you're on it, as well as Diane and myself. Okay?
Okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
I don't think that this house is that far off from being similar to the houses in the area, aside from the gable forward, if that's how you feel.
Right.
I think Brooke could make that eave forward sweep into the front porch and put a dormer there, like a shed dormer, and essentially it's the same house. So I appreciate that it's a story and a half, story and 3/4, which is in the vibe of the neighborhood. Perhaps, I'm just throwing it out, maybe Brooke, a 6/6 instead of a 6/1 is going to bring it more compliant with the desire of the HSAB thing, but I don't think it's a total redesign. I think that there are some tweaks that he could make and this house would work.
Okay, thank you, Val. Carrie.
Well, I agree. This one being on the edge of Prospect and not so much down in the historic neighborhood like the other properties in this subdivision. I think this house, yeah, is close. I still feel like the gable forward should be the main mass. And I appreciate the roof pitch change to be a little higher, but I still feel like it's sort of tucked into the bigger roof beyond it. And I think it should still be a little more prominent than it is.
I gotcha.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Go.
So, Carrie, what you're suggesting is that to actually reverse the prominence of the cross gable and that forward-facing gable, so that the forward-facing gable is more pronounced.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That's how I feel. Yep.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a good, that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
It'll
And it
make
still maintains its transitional form.
It'll make it feel more farm-like or farmhouse-like if you did that. Definitely. So let's see. Stephen, anything to contribute?
Who, me? Never.
Yes, you, sir.
Yeah, I got a couple things. I agree with comments that have been made. I do think that this, I agree with, in reverse order, Carrie's comments, largely and to the extent that there is something, there are some things that can be done to make this a workable solution, design solution. I think the inspiration for me though is that, you know, this doesn't need to look like a particular home in that area, but it needs to look generally like the homes in the area.
Yeah.
So what by that I mean is if you walk down Angola Street, there should be some sense of that area in this home. And the way it looks to me more now is that it is more of a Surfside area home. And I think that, so taking Carrie's comments and then drawing in Val's that there are tweaks required, and then falling back towards Diane and HSAPs. The other thing I wanted to comment on, I think we need to scrutinize a little bit more the application itself. This does include hardscaping elements that I think are traditionally called out in a landscape plan. For instance, the retainage. And then the other thing is, I need to look a little more closely, but depending on to what extent this is visible in that area, the Anderson SDLs are being called for. And while I'm not suggesting that SDLs themselves are inappropriate, I would suggest that perhaps the Andersons would be. So I want to look at that more closely too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for pointing that out, because those Andersons have that little flange that goes around, and you know, it's very conspicuously a clad window. Let's see. Yes, sorry.
No, this is Holly. I just wanted to notate that I omitted a comment that HSAB mentioned that they should be TDLs and not SDLs. Also,
Right.
a comment about having the 6/1s changed to 6/6. So that seemed to be consistent with everybody else.
Okay. All right. So we've heard from Stephen, Carrie, Val, Diane. I've sort of said what I have to say, which is I do think that this could get more kind of farmhouse, which is what I perceive most of the houses sort of around the horse paddock looking like, including that very funky but cool building that's at the base of the hill right by the paddock. So should we just motion for some revisions on this one?
Can I just say something?
Of course you can, Diane. I thought you had said all you wanted to say, but go ahead.
No, I said in part which I thought I would like to see if the east elevation is the front door on the thing. I would like to have it look as if it's going to be part of this hillside to look like a Nantucket house that used to be there. I would remove the dormer, the shed dormer, and move the gable over so it looked like the house built in the 1900s, 1930s, and make, as they said, 6/6 true divided lights. And that's what I would do. That, as far as I can see, is facing that's the west. So that's what I would do, is to make it what it looked like. You have got a whole area of old historic district, and the sliding glass French doors are questionable if they can be seen, or should it be simpler? That is the south, that is facing Prospect Street, wherever it is. So I would like to see the shed dormer removed and make it look more like the houses that would be there that are down on Mill Street on either side. So that's just my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion
Yes, please.
to hold for revisions, but I would just like to clarify, you know, I'm looking at the OHD map, and this is in the OHD, so.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because it seemed like there was some question about that. So the motion is to hold for revisions.
No.
Very good. Thanks for the motion, Stephen. So on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So listen, everybody, it's 10 after. I think we've had a nice night tonight. So let's hold everything else till Thursday, okay?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So we don't need to, Kathy, we don't need to do a motion on that because this is already all noticed, correct?
True.
All right, anything else we can do for you, Kathy, before we adjourn?
Maybe just approve the minutes from October 20th for Terry.
Okay.
Motion to approve the minutes of
So
October
moved.
20th.
All right, so Stephen has made a motion to approve the regular minutes. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby, are you still here?
I'm here. Aye.
Okay. Yeah, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, want to adjourn, folks?
Yes,
Mhm.
please.
Aye.
Thank you
Motion.
all for your time. Don't forget to vote. I think there's an election tomorrow.
Heard about that. Thank you, Mr.
Voting
Chair.
up on it.
Good night, everybody.
I haven't heard of either one of the candidates. I kind of don't know which way to go on this. I'm an undecided voter.
Oh, right.
Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Adios.
All right. Thanks. On Abby's motion to adios. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
See.
Diane,
Aye, aye.
John, are you still with us? I think John's gone. Stephen? Carrie, you can answer, right? Okay. And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye.
Good night. Good night.